the river, hold my hand. Ooh, baby, it's a long way down, a long way down. If you get sleep or if you get night,
the cock's gonna call in the morning, baby.
And check the cupboard for your daddy's gun.
Red sun rises like an early warning.
The Lord's gonna come for your firstborn son.
His hair's on fire and his heart is burning.
So go to the river where the water runs.
Wash him deep where the tides are turning.
And if you fall, and if you fall, hold my hand. Ooh, baby, it's a long way down to the bottom of the river. Hold my hand. Ooh, baby, it's a long way down, a long way down. The wolves will chase you by the pale moonlight.
Drunk and driven by a devil's hunger.
Drive your son like a railroad spike
Into the water, let it pull him under.
No, you lift him, let him drown alive.
The good Lord speaks like a rolling thunder.
Let that fever make the water run.
Let the river run
Hold my hand. Ooh, baby, it's a long way down to the bottom of the river. Hold my hand. Ooh, baby, it's a long way down, a long way down. Hold my hand. Ooh, baby, it's a long way, a long, long, long way. And hold my hand. Ooh, baby, it's a long way down, a long way down. Hold my hand. Hold my hand. Hold my hand. Long way down to the bottom. Hold my hand. It's a long way down, long way down. Hold my hand. Ooh, baby, it's a long way down. Hold my hand. Ooh, baby, it's a long way down. Hold my hand. Ooh, baby, it's a long way. Hold on now. Hold my hand. Ooh, baby, it's a long way down, a long way down.
When I was a child, I heard voices. Some would sing and some would scream. You soon find you have few choices. I learned the voices died with me. When I was a child, I'd sit for hours staring into open flame. Something in it had a power. Could barely tear my eyes away. All you have is your fire. something would always rule me. I knew the scent was mine alone. All you have is your fire and the place you need to reach. Don't you ever tame your demon. Always keep 'em on the leash. When I was a man, I thought it ended. When I knew love's perfect ache. But my peace has always depended on all the ashes in my way. All you have is your fire and the place you need to reach. Don't you ever tame your demon, but always keep 'em on a leash.
Is this how I die? Ridiculed and laughed at, wearing clown shoes. Is this how I die? Furious and reckless, sick with booze. How did I live? I taste every wasted minute, every time I turned away from the things that might have healed me. How long have I been sleeping? Is this how I die? Frightened like a child, lazy and dumb. Is this how I die? Pretending and preposterous and dumb. How did I live? Was I kind enough and good enough? Did I love enough? Did I ever look up and see the moon and the stars in the sky? Oh, why have I been sleeping? They say we are asleep until we fall in love. We are children of dust and ashes. But when we fall in love, we wake up and we are a god and angels. But if I die here tonight, I die in my sleep. All of my life is spent searching the words of poets and saints and prophets and kings. And now at the end, all I know that I've learned is that all that I know is I don't know a thing. So easy to close off Then why am I screaming? Why am I shaking? Oh God, was there something that I missed? Did I squander my divinity? Was happiness within me the whole time? They say we are asleep until we fall in love. We are children of dust and ashes. But when we fall in love, we wake up and we are a god and angels we. But if I die here tonight, I die in my sleep. They say we are asleep until we fall in love. And I'm so ready to wake up now. I want to wake up. Don't let me die while I'm like this. I want to wake up. God, don't let me die while I'm like this. Please let me wake up now. God, don't let me die while I'm like this. I'm ready.
And hello everyone, welcome to the Cursed Ones, where we play that fucking game called Dungeons and Dragons. Here and there, everywhere, who knows? As always, the stream is mightily fucked up. I think that's just like at this point, it's never gonna change. We're always just gonna have the most scuffed stream setup possible. You guys just gotta get used to it, that's just how we are. But yeah, hello everyone, welcome to the Cursed Ones, where we play Dungeons and Dragons whenever the fuck we feel like it. And welcome to session 184. Ethan, you can stop waving.
I didn't say you could stop waving.
No, Tony didn't say you can stop waving. Keep waving. Keep going. As always, we like to start our sessions off with a little question of the day. Ethan, you gotta let him stop. You have to free him.
Okay, you're good now. You're good. You can stop. For now.
Okay.
All right, and the question of the day is going to be, of course I didn't think of it. What is your favorite...
What is your favorite type of bear?
You know what? Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, let's do it. In honor of something that's totally normal that's happening in today's session, don't worry about it. What's your favorite type of bear? If you know types of bears, I mean... Who knows? Who knows? We're gonna have to see who knows their bears and who doesn't. Starting off today, and you guys are gonna notice a theme today, bear or not to bear, who are you, and what's your favorite bear?
Hi, I'm Ro, I play Aros and Levi, and I love sun bears. They're just little guys. They're just little guys. And I'm very proud to love sun bears, because the thought of not knowing any bears is unbearable.
Shut the fuck up.
That's hilarious.
Speaking of, bear puns are unbearable.
Right.
Hello, I'm Dean, I'm the Dungeon Master, and I play everyone else. My favorite type of bear, on a similar note, is moon bears. I think they're just the fuzziest, nastiest little dudes. I love those fucking guys. They're just always chillin'. They're beautiful to me. That's gonna be it for me. Next up, we have Bear the Cross. Who are you, and what is your favorite type of bear?
Hi, I'm Ethan. I play Yaksha. The koala's a bear, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Koala bear.
Yeah, I love how stupid those bears are. Like, only able to eat eucalyptus leaves, which are like poisonous, right? Like, and they can only eat that, and only if it's like on a branch. Because like if it's removed and given to them, they won't eat it. I just love how stupid they are.
Kind of
They
vibes
also
with
will
you,
marsupials.
TBH.
But
I
I
also
think
will
it's-
pee on you for defense.
That much is true. Bear with me. Who are you and what's your favorite type of bear?
I'm Kiki, I play Lelee, and I like the spectacled bears because they look really silly. They look like they have glasses on all the time.
So they look like me.
They're analyzing you. They
They
do.
look like they're spectacled. Would you say?
That's the reason they're named that way, Ethan. I don't know if you knew this.
I
Barely,
say that their
Alice.
choice of eyewear is
Who are you?
unbelievable.
Barely. Shut the fuck up. You cannot keep making the unbearable puns. It's already my name. We've already done this. Barely Alice.
Well, your name
who
is
are you?
unbearable, isn't it?
Shut up. Barely
Hi.
Alice. Bears.
I'm Ines. I play Alice. My favorite bear, I'd have to pick probably the giant panda bear for a multitude of reasons, but also because I think that they're one of those species where, like, without human intervention, they probably would have died out by now because they're just so fucking lazy they can't do shit. And honestly, I don't think I'd be able to bear it if they did die out.
Shut up. This can't be happening. Oh god, okay,
I assure
okay.
you, other jokes are possible.
Put that thing away. Put it away.
There's
Exit
more than one
pursued.
bear joke, guys.
Exit pursued by a bear. Who are you? And what's your
Hello,
favorite
I'm
bear?
Cece. Hi, I'm Cece. At the start of the session, I'll be playing Charpay. At the end of the session, who knows? And my favorite... Some bears haunt me. They trouble me a lot. I don't know if I can say they're my favorite. I think my favorite would just be a solid grizzly bear. They're champions. They're the best bears of all the bears. They're great. You're solid. You can't go wrong with a grizzly bear. They're like, my god, I think a lot about some bears.
They're very fucked up.
They're so weird.
Finally, the streak is broken. Z Tony Spells, who are you? What's your favorite type of bear?
Hi, I'm Z Tony Spells. I play Gideon Godbrand, and my favorite bear is the American black bear. They're just consistent. They're big. They're funny. What more can I ask for? Also, they can beat all your bears in a fight.
That's fair. I mean, my moon bear's getting fucking rolled by everyone here. Moon bears have nothing going on between their eyes.
That's not how the saying goes. If it's black, fight back.
What?
Which implies you can fight back. Don't they say that?
I don't, that's, no.
If it's brown, lie down. If it's white, say goodnight.
Yeah.
You don't know that one?
That's the saying.
No?
Yeah. Which implies the black bear would lose.
I've heard of that.
That's how the sequence
High
goes.
crime.
It implies
High
that
crime.
a black bear you could hit.
Whoa! Enough bear talk.
You
High
can
crime.
scare it by
Hold
going
on.
like this.
We have one more bear to get through. High crime. Who are you? What bear is your bear?
Hi, I'm Crime. I play Bennie, and my favorite bear is the white one, the polar bear. What were you hoping for?
No, I was so happy because we got through this question of the day without anyone saying Freddy Fazbear as their favorite bear.
Oh, I need to change my favorite bear.
No.
Did I change my favorite bear?
No,
You
I like the polar bears because, I don't know. I think the Coca-Cola commercials have really put down, like, how, like, really drawn out how nice they are. They're not nice. They're bitches. They'll skin you. But she slays
This
while
is
she
true.
does it too.
They can also turn green.
They can also
Insane
turn green.
answers. Insane answers from everyone
Yeah.
today. Lots of great time in Bear City over here. All right, let's do the quick recap and let's jump into things, shall we? So last session was pretty much just a campfire session and consisted of the party talking. Things didn't really start off well because, needless to say, Elian found out about what Charpay did, and then immediately after, Charpay and Gideon and company saw that Charpay had fucking shot the shit out of Lelee. They were vaguely able to clear it up, but things just kept getting more and more complicated as the party tried to discuss things and kind of just kept they just kind of kept hitting dead ends, unfortunately. Aros, for one, is like, pretty much everyone realized that Aros is dealing with that kind of like flower infection stuff, and Aros is certainly not explaining themselves quite well, and really just everyone is kind of dodging the big picture questions and such. Like, there's a lot of emotions, no one can really get down to the middle of things. It's kind of just stunted communication between the party right now. And needless to say, it's not helped when the party go down to talk to Grimoire. we find out it's grimoire. It starts off as the form of Genesis. As you guys are down there talking to this kind of weird mimicking creature, it starts breaking through, and eventually the party realize that this actually isn't Genesis. They've swapped places this whole time. You guys have been getting bamboozled, and it pretty much came ahead with the revelation that things are just full-on fucked. Genesis has quite literally everything he wants in the right place, and almost every single major point on the map needed for the Ascension ritual that Genesis was attempting has been completed. That being, every point except for 2. Wandermere, which appears to be in progress, and Sepulturnum. From there, the party started to speculate that there could be sea elves or something still living in Sepulturnum, something that if they could save it from one of the tragedies, maybe they could halt the ritual before it begins, especially considering that there's currently a ceasefire happening, at least on Roxanne and Pluto's side. With that in mind, there was, however, another elephant in the room, that being Charpay's current curse, I cannot win. With that in mind, the party realized that they can't have Charpay knowing what they're doing. They can't have Charpay near them, or else they're gonna lose. It's her goals that are going to be affected by the I can't win curse. As such, they had to make a tough call, and basically agreed that Charpay was gonna have to sit this one out and stay back to plan the wedding. So, with all of that in mind, Charpay said her goodbyes to Alice. Those two had a long conversation with each other about just how things are, how the world is, and how they've changed as people, and who they are now. And we ended the session with the party still in Melania's hut, getting ready for their next course of action. That is where we last left off, and without further ado, are we ready to jump into the session?
Yippee!
Yeah.
Perfect. Yes. There is, perhaps, a stunning irony to the fact that the word sanguine refers to both boundless hope and optimism, and the florid, archaic look of coagulated viscera. Idealism, a fool's errand. Just moments ago, it was all but over, wasn't it? The world doomed before most of you were even old enough to do anything about it. You inherited the burden that was impossible to bear. You could not win. That should have knocked you all off your feet. So why is there so much sanguine desperation in the air? Desperate for the last lick of it all, the last sense, the last drops in a forlorn desert. There's at least hope that the thing you're near certain is a mirage might actually have a drop of water. 3 days to crawl to that paradise in the distance and to plunge your head forward, and to hope, by whatever gods you cling to or whatever nothing you pray to, that it's not just sand. It's about late noon, not that you'd be able to tell. And scattered throughout Melania's cabin, you've all found yourselves in your different rooms and different thoughts. Aros, you're upstairs still, locked away in shame within the bedroom, petals on the ground haphazardly slid underneath the bed or into any crevice that could possibly hide them away. The aroma in the room is disgustingly floral, and you just can't get rid of it. It's like the place was coated in thick perfume that begins to trail downstairs into the living room, packed with Lelee curled onto the couch, a blanket thrown over her frame, and Bennie resting next to her, arms crossed, with her head on his lap. Yaksha is on the love seat near the fireplace as Charpay and Alice walk through the door frame into the room. Elian and Gideon are closer to the kitchen with Melania. Her jaw is tight. She, after all, can hear all of your thoughts. But she keeps her hands occupied. She always seems to be working on some sort of concoction. This one is sickly, red, and sanguine. But health potions always did look strangely like blood, didn't they? The map is spread out on the table. Sepulturnum's silhouette is hastily marked, and the octograms spanning the continents themselves. Elian is busy, raking his newly working fingers through his hair as he mutters to himself. Sanguine. Hope. Or blood. What are you doing?
What are we doing?
I'm just taking
That's a good question. That's a good question. You guys are free to do whatever you want.
I mean, Aros probably just cracks open a window and continues to get caught in his own head, pacing.
Benny's taking an old man nap. Loud ass snore and all. Mouth partly open. Horrendous.
God.
I mean, Alice has just finished the conversation with Charpay, so probably just sort of taking inventory of like what everyone else is doing for now, and then just kind of wondering to yourself like when they're gonna go, if they're gonna go, as soon as possible.
Yeah,
Hey,
I think,
Gideon?
Yeah.
Got a
Okay.
second?
I think at the moment Gideon's just sort of working on sort of his he's like writing something in his spell book and maybe some other text next to him, and he just looks at him and says, yes, I have a moment. What do you need?
Right. Yeah. I just want to I can cast scrying. It's just one of my scars that let me. Do you happen to know anybody that might still be alive in Sepultura? It's a long shot. Obviously, I don't. It's affected by how well I know the target, but I thought I might as well try while I have it.
Let me think. I mean, at least from Gideon's perspective, there's not. I mean, he can't really. There's not really anyone he could think of, probably, right?
On the stream, the last people that you saw alive on Sepultura, well, it would have been Hailwyn and it would have been the baby. At the very least, Lelee survived, but you have no idea what happened to Hailwyn, and you saw the desecrated corpse of Callie.
Yeah.
So she's at least gone.
There, maybe, but to be honest, seems like a long shot, even if they are alive, that they would even be on Sepultura.
Right. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Thought I might as well try, right?
Is there anything else you need?
I don't think so. Everyone's taking a rest right now, right?
I suppose so. They're
Guess we should do
taking time
them.
to themselves. I'm fine. I have work to do.
You sure?
Yes.
Everyone needs rest, man.
Yes, well, we don't exactly have a lot of time for it right now.
All right. Suit yourself.
Alice is going to sort of crawl over to like where Lelee and Bennie are and just kind of lean a little closer to Lelee, like, so I was wondering, you said that, well, I just got, Charpay also told me just now, but the Veldrin of this timeline is Vigor now, right?
Yeah.
How do you pray to people, gods? I don't know if the Colossi prayers are the same, so I just kind of, I don't know what works now for the newer gods.
Benny's
You
waking
just
up by
kinda-
now.
Yeah, you just kind of do what feels right, you know? I mean, when I was younger, technically, I mean, I thought I was praying to Varilla, the nature lady. But, no, it was to Genesis. So I think any rules I know about praying are kind of not real.
Oh. Okay.
I just do whatever you think is right in that kind of situation, you know? It's not really something that you can dictate. And like, if it makes you feel better, you can do the pressing your hands together thing, or putting your head on the floor, or, you know.
I think I'll try that. Yeah, okay. Thanks. And she's gonna retreat to like a little corner of the room, and the others will see like many of her hands just kind of claps together, and she doesn't even know how to start the prayer. So for her first few months, it's just her doing this, and then realizing she's supposed to be saying something to presumably get Vicar's attention, and it's just like, you're the god of hope. From what they've told me, we need a lot of hope right now. I don't know if you knew and Alice, but I knew you as Veldrin. If there's anything you can do for us, Vigor, I think we really need that. And we'll leave it at that.
There we go. Yeah, my fan is just being a piece of shit right now. Alright, we're back. I would like you to roll religion here.
Ooh.
But I want you to roll it at disadvantage.
Oh! Shit. 1 second. What's my religion again? Squinting at my religion. Okay, and at disadvantage. That was... what's 8 plus 5? 13.
You clasp your hands together and pray. You're not exactly sure what you should be getting in return. Veldrin was never a religious figure, so he never taught you anything like this. The closest thing were a couple of elven traditions, but even then, Veldrin never partook. You're met with a crushing gap in the air. And almost a realization that there is something that has disconnected you from this god. You cannot bridge this connection. You can't find hope.
Holy shit. After a couple of minutes, she's gonna turn to Lelee again. It's just kind of like, I don't think that worked. Do you feel anything? I mean, I guess you said that you're praying, it didn't work out because you were praying to Genesis, but I felt like there was too much space. It didn't feel right. I didn't...
Well, sorry to intrude as well. You're praying to an elven god?
I don't know if
Vigor.
he's an elven god.
I'm not familiar
He's an elf,
with that.
that is a god.
Okay, well, if he's an elf and he is a god, then he is an elven god.
Well, he's new.
You're not going to access elven gods through the typical prayer rituals. You starwish for them, that's what we do.
How do you do that?
There's a special kind of elven praying?
Yeah. I mean, I guess you wouldn't know about it. It's not even a tradition from the Feywilds, though. It's actually from Sepulturnum, back in the old days. One of the things that actually carried over into the Feywilds when we moved over, because the stars are the same in both realms, so we still pray on both. If you guys would like, I mean, she kind of squints. So you grew up on Sepulturnum? Looks at Alice. You are muted. We're all so good at this mic thing today.
It's because there's fucking drill going on,
There we
and
go.
I'm like, I don't
All
know
good.
how much of it is up,
No, none at all.
but it's...
Yeah, it's not picking
Okay.
up at all. You're good.
So you grew up in Sepulturnum?
Yeah, just not the exact same Sepulturnum, maybe? Not?
That's fine.
I don't think
You're
so.
from Sepulturnum, so you should know how to starwish. And the fact that you don't means that you need to be taught how to starwish. It's kind of important.
Could you teach me how to starwish?
Of course I can. But, Lelee, would you like to join? It is a Sepulturnium tradition, after all.
I guess.
I think it'll be a good thing to, you might find something interesting from it. It's not just for connecting to gods either. It's been known to grant certain boons here and there if, well, I'll show you.
Would I be allowed
Actually,
to
and
tag
she
along?
kind of wanders over to the kitchen a little bit as well and leans in. Gideon,
Yes?
would you be interested in partaking with Alice and Lelee in doing a Separaturnium tradition?
What did you have in mind?
I was going to show them out of Starwish. Are you familiar?
I feel like Gideon would probably be familiar, just at least like
Yeah.
academically, right?
Yeah.
I'm familiar with the practice. Yes.
You ever done it before? I'm gonna probably say he
No.
hasn't, yeah.
Yes, I didn't come from a particularly religious household, and I spend most of my free time studying at the academy.
That makes sense, but just, thought I'd throw out the offer, because something reconnect you guys a little bit, maybe?
Yeah, I'll observe.
Okay. Observing is, yeah. And then I guess you can decide in the moment if you want to actually join in. It'll have to be a little bit though, because the stars aren't exactly out yet. But I'll call
Would
you
I
when
be
it's
allowed
time.
to observe?
Did her ears kind of droop a little? You can observe.
Can I insight that? Or try to?
Yeah.
I'm gonna give myself advantage with cat help because I had a fat 0 to this. Cool, I got a 5 and a 3, so
Benny, when you think of Sepraturnum, what comes to your head?
Oops.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's the
So-
first thing that comes to his head.
You got a
And
5
then
and a
he's
3 for insight?
yep.
I think what you get is almost something curlingly malicious underneath her spitting tone. Something a bit mocking.
Understood, yeah. Yeah, Gideon definitely, keeps that in the back of his head and just sort of goes back to his work, but it's probably nagging at him a little bit now. It's that thought.
Alright, well, we can starwish whenever the time comes for the stars to come out. I believe that Gideon will be joining us, and I don't actually think I got your name. Oh, Bennie! Bennie Jets.
Yeah. Bennie Jets. Hi.
Well, it's a pleasure. There's a lot of legends about you in the Feywilds.
I'm sure. If you ever have any questions, I don't mind.
Don't worry, I'm pretty good at picking up on things just on my own. Most things kind of just come to the surface. She taps the side of the doorframe and walks away.
I think Aros at this point comes back down, having, cleaned up after himself, obviously. Can't leave a bunch of fucking petals around. Prestidigitated a little bit of the scent away, so he's not just, blatantly flower shop. But he, kinda wanders down and goes, where is the, what's her name? I'm sorry.
Melania?
Yeah, I'm very
Melania?
bad with name. Where's Melania? I had some questions for her.
Oh, I just wandered off to the side. I'm right here.
Oh, hey. And she can pick this up instantly. He's
Yes.
curious about, yeah.
Would you like to discuss that in another room, or would you like to do it out in the open? Because I'm pretty sure everyone else would like you to do it out in the open, but I think you want to do it on your own.
We can, it'll be easier if it's not, me forcing myself to say things, so we can, I guess, couch, and then if I need to, that's fine, never mind.
Pats you on the shoulder and is just gonna walk you upstairs into
Well,
one of the
okay.
side rooms.
I'm alright with doing it downstairs.
Don't push yourself, come on. Plus, everyone's already very tumultuous down there. It
okay.
might not be the best for you, is what I'm getting at.
Great.
I'm not just going to read your thoughts all the time. You do have to actually say things out loud to me.
Okay, hi. I would like to know about, you said it was a Feywilds thing?
Sometimes. It's kind of dependent. There's similar things in the Feywilds, is what I was getting at, actually. There's a type of infection in the Feywilds. It typically happens when a group of mimic forest comes together. It's a type of lichen, and it grows upwards, and it absorbs a forest and turns it into a mimic. That's the most similar thing that I've experienced. Actually, it's been known to turn people into dryads, that particular thing, but from what I can tell, that does not seem to be exactly what it is. But it does remind me of an old Feywilds legend, if that means anything to you.
I'll take what I can get. I'm trying to be as least, like, of an issue as possible for the party.
I have a feeling that when I tell you this, you're going to shrink into yourself a little bit.
Knowledge is power, out with it.
Okay. She clasps her hands together and sits down at a nearby table, and is going to set the scene and such by, she is going to kind of cast her fingers into the air and cast a few dancing lights, and is going to make two kind of elvish figures out of the dancing lights.
Aros automatically just, like, starts playing a little, like, folksy tune.
A long time ago, actually, not too long ago, about 50 some years ago, there was supposedly a group of two elves. One from a nearby winter court, and one from a fall court. Now, these courts get along very commonly, but don't exactly always cross over. These two elven individuals, well, there was something interesting about both of them. That being the fact that they both harbored, well, let's just say some extensive thoughts about the other. The Fall Court Fae, well, that Eladrin happened to be very madly in love with the Winter Court one. And the Winter Court one didn't exactly feel the same way back. However, despite that, something else was going on with the Winter Court Fae. No, instead of feeling the same sensations that the other one did, instead, this Winter Court Fae just wanted to be great friends with the Fae Court. With the Fall Courts, and unfortunately, both of them just shrunk in on each other so much due to not being able to express their given emotions that they thought each other hated them. This hatred between the two of them boiled and boiled. They had a number of sparring matches throughout the Feywilds. Both of them were parts of the royal family of each of their respective courts, and many duels were held over land and leadership where those two would cross their weapons, close in arms. They were so close, just talking to one another, but they never could. Not about their love, not about the hate, not about the friendship, not about the way that both of them started aching more and more each day. You see, there's theory that in the midst of these two Eladrins warring, that a trickster Fae got involved. And this Fae put a curse on them both. It was feeding off of their emotions. As such, it planted two spores inside their teeth, which grew inside their lungs. And the more they refused to talk to one another, the more the spores grew. At the end, there was two outcomes. They could band together and defeat the fake creature by just talking to one another, or they could grow into the forests. Now there is a forest in the Feywild made up of winter and autumn trees interwoven. And interestingly enough, their roots never touch.
I think at that he plucks a sour note and just immediately, like, doubles over coughing.
Do with that information, I suppose, as you will. But pats your back. In the Feywilds, and it's something that the material plane does not harbor as commonly as we do, but there's a lot of emphasis put on your mind and yourself. You have to be on guard, or the Fey will snatch you up. That's part of it. As such, things are a little more complicated there. But here they're not, and yet people make things complicated instead. It's funny how that works. It's not even Fae jumping down people's throats trying to steal their names whenever they say them. And yet, people just refuse to get their points across. Because of fear. That's why there's a forest instead of a dead Fae. Well, that's my story time. I don't know if I got it exactly right, but needless to say, there might be something you could learn from that.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Thanks for the story time. Great atmosphere. Yeah, 10 out of 10.
Is there anything else you needed from me?
Not that I can think of. Yeah, not that I can think of. It's just me with this, right? Because in your story there was 2, and that's because it was like planted or something. It's probably not even the same thing.
I haven't noticed anything. However,
Alright.
there is only one person in this house who I can't notice things like that on instantly. And she taps the doorframe and walks out.
Fuck. He prestidigitations away the blood and the flowers and just heads back down.
Alright.
If nothing else is immediately happening, Charpay, is Yaksha still in the room with us? He's still here, right? You're muted.
You're muted. We can't keep doing this.
Yeah.
Hi. Because Charpay, this whole time, she's just been kind of like very anxiously just kind of loitering around the doorway because she doesn't want to accidentally hear about any plans that will create problems. So if she were to hear anything, she would just like leave the room immediately. But as she's just kind of standing there sort of skittishly, at some point she kind of approaches Yaksha and is like, hi, is it all right if I talk to you a little? I wanted to say thank you for all of this and for showing mercy on me, but everything else as well.
Sure you can thank.
What? Sorry.
Not sure you can thank me for anything yet.
Well, still, you helped with back at the. I just. I'm really glad that someone else is here at the very least with them who's not actively falling apart due to everything else. I mean, not that I should be too presumptuous, but I'm just appreciative that you're here and alive. I didn't know you were alive, so well done on that one.
Yeah. A lot of people didn't.
Yeah. Is that new that you're alive, or is that a recent, or have you just been around?
I've come back several times. Some lives better than others. I've been around 30 some years now. Maybe 40.
Interesting. Well, that's good. And do you plan on staying with them for foreseeable plans?
My loyalty is to the Enemoto-Jiikai. But party right now, their goals align with mine. That being stopped with, you know about the sun.
Right. Yeah. I ask because, well, I'll be, going away shortly.
Charpay, why does that sound like goodbye?
Because I'm not a permanent goodbye. I'm nervous that I'm never going to see any of them again, but more importantly, in the event that I have anything, I become a danger again when I'm alone. The method in which I'm able to do the most damage is she takes out the Mask of the Beast. It's with this. It's a mask, it lets me transform, and I'm quite fond of it, but I think for now it would be smartest to not have it on my person in case I am compromised again, and you have a mask of your own, of course, but you seem druidic, and I thought potentially it could be helpful for you or for anyone else that... Yeah.
You're going to say your good.
Sorry, I think you cut out a little.
I can take it, but aren't you going to say goodbye to the other members? I noticed you were talking to Alice, but
Yeah, I will. I'm just nervous.
it's fine. That's how you know you're still alive, right?
That's true.
Fear of the
That's very
future.
true.
Well, we're working, so there will be a future. It's a fear.
Thank you. So, if you want this mask, you're welcome to have it, but again, you have your own.
All wear masks. I just made my own.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This won't be the last time we see each other. Sure.
I hope so. If the wedding is gonna be what ends the world, I'd at least like people to attend. My friends to attend, not just people I don't know.
If we're going to be away, heading off, I want you to at least to enjoy the few days you have left before the wedding. Get some leisure with your fiance. Some time. And for what it's worth, I haven't known you very long, but I forgive you.
Oh, really?
Get some rest, Charpay. I'll need it.
Thank you. Thank you, and what's that say? Oh, okay. Yeah. And she just sort of shyly shuffles away back to like her kind of cornered by the doorway. But she has a little more of a smile on her face now.
All right.
Is anyone else doing anything?
With that in mind, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
If anyone else has stuff to do, or is it time for Charpay to make her rounds?
No, this is more of an out-of-character question. Do you remember that spell that, like, gave us extra hit points or something? Do we still have that after the short rest, or no?
Aid?
Aid?
Yeah.
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 The last 8 hours.
Yep.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
So
Awesome. I don't know what my short rest is. I'm gonna check that.
Yeah, we are currently short resting while we are inside Melania's hut. All right. If no one else has anything before the star wishing session, which is later in the night.
I might want to talk to Gideon.
Got it. Go for it.
Cool.
He just, where's Gideon? Is he in the kitchen or?
I think he's in one of the rooms, probably just working on some tomes and writing right now.
Okay. He just gives a little, like,
For a second, that knocking, you swear it's to a beat of a lullaby that Zabalba used to play. And you feel the back of the hairs in your neck curl upward until the door creaks. And it's just Aros.
Alright.
So I have potentially distressing information that shouldn't come into play until the wedding.
And that would be what?
I have a block against saying things that I think will get me kicked out from the party, right? Am I able to say this? Yeah.
Can Aros
11.
Cat give advantage? Okay.
Oh.
It's the person.
It's not my face!
I don't think the help helps with saving throws.
Hmm.
11.
With an 11 on the saving throw, you see as Aros just closes their mouth, steps backward, eyes slit, grabs the door handle, closes the door slowly, and walks back downstairs.
Cool. So Gideon doesn't, I wouldn't say he takes that particularly well.
And Aros, you regain your composure about 3-some minutes later, as you're just sitting, like, perfectly kind of blank still, just staring forward on the couch.
You just hear a really distant FUCK!
Aros, are you okay?
I'm fine. It's fine. He's
What
just like
happened?
in the chair, like. Oh,
Roll
it's
deception.
I was just wondering because most people who are fine don't usually yell "fuck" out of nowhere, and you
No,
seemed
it's
like
not-
you're really lost in thought.
deception.
there.
That's 12, which is really bad for me because I rolled a 2.
What do I roll again?
Insight.
Insight.
Right. Oh, that was really shit. Let's see what's my insight mod.
22.
You.
I'll roll 2.
Yeah.
I rolled a fucking. What's that? What's that?
I'll roll for fun just to see if I would have beaten it. Nope, got a 2. If I was
I mean,
rolling.
you can probably overhear this. You got those big elf ears.
Is this in the same room?
Okay, well then my 2 is
Yes, it
standing
is.
then.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
for
you're
all.
as you utter out this, that's fine. It's abundantly clear to all those who rolled above that 12 that you got that no, especially as Aros just kind of messes with their face a little bit and a couple of petals just fall from the underside of their fingernails and they have to brush them off the face.
Aros, it's not fine.
Yeah, no shit, it's not fine.
Okay, then don't lie about it being fine. That doesn't make anything any better.
Well, it's not like I can do anything about it.
What happened?
Ugh.
That's not an action. That's
Do you
not an
wanna
event. That's
try?
just a noise.
Another wisdom saving throw.
Come on, don't fuck me over. A 6.
You once again snap your mouth shut. And Aros stands up again. Walks out of the room, walks back upstairs.
I'm gonna follow him this time.
There's another at the door, Gideon.
Okay. He looks over and just says, "Come in."
You see the slitted pupils of Leviticus staring at you.
Gideon doesn't say anything. He sort of just stares back, waiting for something to happen.
Can't. Cannot.
Cannot what?
You need to help me pull my fur off.
Excuse me?
You need to help me pull my fur off. Walks
I think
inside the
Gideon's
room,
maybe-
closes the door, and locks it. He'll let you do it. We can't. Head lulls, and then Aros, you snap back. Petals spewing onto the ground.
Eros, I have no intention of pulling off your fur. Though more importantly, I'd like to ask why you'd even want that in the first place. What is going on right now? I don't have time for whatever game this is.
Your knee, Gideon, just starts aching. And then the coughing stops from Aros, and the aching stops at the same time.
Maybe... Reading thoughts. Well, that might... I might be able to...
What are you talking about, Eros? I don't...
I physically can't say it.
I don't know what to give, you need from me, but I don't think I can do it. I don't even prep mind reading spells. That's not a thing I know. I should talk to Melania or someone else here. Not exactly a doctor. I can't help you much with whatever you need right now.
It's not to do with the doctor.
Then what?
You should help me pull off my fur. Okay, let's see if I can use Melania as a medium.
What do you mean, pull off? I don't...
He gets up, heads to the door, hesitates, and then, opens it and looks around to see if Melania is nearby.
She is right in front of the door. Walks inside as well. Okay. I wasn't exactly aware that this was something that you couldn't talk about. Can you focus on one thought right now? You're giving me many.
Yeah. And he focuses on, can you tell him, for me? And then, he's going, to wait for a solid yes before...
Yes, I can audibly say whatever you're thinking.
Okay. I'm also gonna roll a wisdom save for this, but, he's going to...
You already knew what I was gonna make you do.
Yeah. Nat 20, okay.
Ooh.
There you go.
It's just the entire details, I guess the entire conversation he's had with Leviticus about the Schrodinger solution.
That's... okay. Well... it appears that the meaning behind wanting fur to be pulled off is, more so to display something else, a little bit more sinister. Melania kind of steps over and is just going to nod Gideon over.
Gideon walks over.
Okay.
Yes.
She is gonna look over at your kind of upper forearm tattoo, and then is going to turn towards Aros's and is going to try and grab like the corner. Is gonna probably just look at Aros, ask if Aros can just like take the jacket off for now, and then we'll roll up some of the sleeves up to where the forearm is until it's just kind of revealed fluff.
He does that.
She's gonna root her fingers through it until she finds a point where that kind of moon tattoo sits on your inner forearm, Gideon.
Mm-hmm.
You see wherever the ink has touched you is bare skin under the fur on Aros, and there's ink everywhere else that there isn't on you.
Oh. Gideon just sort of stands there for a moment contemplating what this means, and should I roll to see if he just put the pieces together?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. What do you want me to roll?
Roll... just go ahead and just like any intelligence-based check here that you think would be good.
Let's do Arcana. Let's see.
Yes.
I got a 16 plus 17, which is a big number. So I think that's like 33. Yeah.
The flower that fell out of the open wound on your knee a couple of minutes ago. That was at the end of the last session. The itchiness you feel down there now. You partially roll up your pant leg and you find more sprouting out. More pieces start connecting. As Melania kind of roots a little bit more through the fur, you see once again, everywhere the ink touches you is bare on Aros, and everywhere you have bare skin is ink. And then she crawls down to Aros's knee, rolls the pant leg up, miraculously. Despite the fact that there was no real point where Aros could have been under the needle recently that aligns with your time in it.
Yeah.
There is a blank spot where your new knee tattoo is. That makes the exact same pattern. The connection that you make is that, well, there is a connection. And then it kind of culminates in a tugging sensation in the back of your spine. Rose had the thoracic cage, the ribs. You had the spine. Your activation measure It needed another catalyst for it, something to activate the procedure. A remote of sorts. That was the thing it was missing. It wasn't ever missing it. Because Aros is right there. The Schrodinger solution.
No. No, because then that means this whole time, and then that, and then no, okay. Yeah, at this point, Gideon's sort of like starting to like ramble a little bit, but like only in half sentences where he speaks and then does the rest, whatever the rest in his mind is going back and forth. Just okay, no, and then oh no, oh no. Very, things have gotten worse than before, and then okay.
Would you like to enlighten us as to what's on your mind? This is not something I can translate.
It's bad. Just adds another level of complication and issues with everything going on right now. Just very, very bad.
She puts a hand on Aros's back. Oh, this is certainly not a good outcome for either of you.
I'm aware. This isn't good for the world at large. This isn't good for our planet. This isn't bad for many reasons, Melania, okay?
Okay.
I need to replan. I need to rethink things.
You need to breathe. Okay?
No, I need to plan. I need to work this out.
No, you don't. For just a second. Look at Aros.
Gideon looks at Aros, I suppose.
Just curled into a ball. You're right. You all do need to work, you all do need to do shit, but... You're all repeatedly slamming your heads into the wall because more and more bad shit keeps happening, and I understand there's not much else that can be done right now. But you need a second to at least clear your head before you run into the next solution, okay?
We don't have time for a second. I don't have time to clear my head. Now when I can barely keep... Never mind. The point is...
Hey, whoa, hey!
We do not have time.
You are on people all the time for not actually saying what they need to say. What were you going to say?
It's currently not your concern.
Then whose concern is it? Because by the
Mine,
sounds of
like
everything...
most things here seem to be at this point.
By the sounds of things, doesn't everything go to the greater world at this point? You're part of this collective that is trying to save the entirety of Ethos, right? So it's not just your concern, is it? You want to save people?
I'm probably biting myself in the answer, but can I insight check Melania's intent?
Yeah.
Alright. I got a 7. What do I'm so bad at these.
As she is pointing that accusatory finger at you, there's a sudden, just beat of dread inside you. Always to his plans, isn't it? Everything's always been to its plans, everything you've done, right? And that's how it's always been, and it just keeps unraveling. Even up to now. Schrodinger solution's been right in front of you this whole time. Far back as you've even been alive, who knows how long the seeds have been set for you. And the way that she's just pointing that finger at you right now, trying to get you to spit it out, she's trying to get in your head. You don't open your mind up to people. That's not something you do, is it? Because you're very concerned about who gets in and who doesn't. And hell, maybe it's all a little bit too coincidental. I mean, they're just elks in the outdoors, right? They're just that. But then again, why? Why else would she point that accusatory finger near your collarbone? You've been touched there before on the... Why else would she have that mask of paint up from her nose to her brow ridge, like the mask of a Cervidae? Why else offer tea? Know enough medical knowledge to amputate legs, read minds. You get this horrible sense that she's seeing through you, despite the wards.
Could I cast Calm Emotions?
In a second.
Counterspell.
You know what? Yeah. Aros, you see the tension beginning to boil in the room, and you start to just prep that spell, and immediately your hand snaps out. And Melania just... Okay. Come on now.
That was for myself!
Exactly. Listen. You're clearly not in your right mind right now, in whatever way. That's not my business, you're right. But it is the business of the people that you are working with to save the world. So, whatever you need to do, I don't care if you don't think you have the time, you need to make the time, okay? Telling you. This is going to eat you alive if you keep letting this build up. And if you just keep planning and don't actually process anything, you are going to explode.
I think the only thing that keeps this from going really badly is Gideon, even with all like his suspicions and thoughts going through his mind right now. I think the only thing that really keeps this from going badly from happening is the fact that he believes that he needs to, that if they are true, he still needs to keep his, I guess, cards close to his chest. So I think he just sort of looks and says, I have work to do. Both of you leave the room right now.
It's gonna be a forest.
Someone needs to keep things together here. And half the party has already had moments where they've already seemingly given up. Or they're lazing about, or whatever you might have. The point is, someone needs to be working when everyone else isn't. So both of you, leave now.
Aros. Come on.
Earflicks.
Give him some space. Before she fully leaves the room, like leading Aros first, she's gonna turn back. You know, I told Aros a story earlier today. At some point you should have Aros tell it back to you. Then you'll understand what I mean by this. You two are going to turn into a goddamn forest of roots that never connect.
I find allegories to be unhelpful. And Gideon turns away.
She closes the door.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know that's probably not what you wanted out of this.
Honestly, the better option.
Was it?
Relatively. And then he just, like, goes to, I guess, somewhere away and private is his idea.
She has just this look on her face of just devastated, like watching a car crash happen right in front of her. She just puts her head in her hands. Okay. You two have your privacy then. It's gonna fucking kill you both. She walks downstairs to where everyone else is sitting.
How much of that did we hear?
Oh yeah, a few of you guys were trying to lurk, weren't you?
I will say Gideon, I wasn't very loud like right now, but in character, Gideon was probably actually yelling.
Then you guys heard
Yeah.
Gideon yelling.
I have a passive perception of 25.
Yes. Then you guys
Oh.
heard the muffled bits and pieces of this, and as
Probably would have
Melania...
heard a cast perception of 10.
Yeah, you would have. And as Melania just stomps downstairs and sees, like, the looks on your guys' face, she's just gonna grit her teeth and just go, well, they need a moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like it.
Is he alright, Gideon?
Honestly, right
Maybe I shouldn't
now,
ask that.
I would put your efforts a little bit more towards Aros. They're at least more willing to be a little bit more open. Gideon... Well, like you said, it's not my problem to deal with. She raises her hands in the air. Apparently it's his.
It's never anyone else's problem.
Give him a couple of hours for him to cool off. We'll see if he still wants to come starwishing, watching. He needs the break. But I don't think he'll take it.
I ask because, I mean, I should probably get going soon. I didn't want to, just give him the Sindurian goodbye and not specifically, leave him in the dust, but, if I don't want to trouble him either.
He's working.
Okay. I could write him a note if that would work better.
She shrugs and just walks away. Not her problem. It's clear that she was very burnt by that reaction. Not yours, but Gideon's. Whatever was said in there. It's clear that she is unhappy.
Charpay, she just kind of cuts a glance over towards Yaksha. She's not going to say anything about it, but she's thinking about what she told Yaksha earlier, and it's kind of like she tilts her head a little, like, see. If there's nothing else to be done right now, I should really probably get going, because there's important stuff to do and I can't be around for the important stuff, so I shouldn't loiter too much. But I don't really know how to do this. She's just kind of like miserably still by the doorway, just kind of like deflating into herself, just long looks at each person, because again, she's not entirely sure that she's ever going to see any of you again. And so she's just kind of committing things to memory.
I don't know how to do this either, but that's okay. And she's going to approach Charpay. One hand, big hand hug, and the beak is gonna just bonk against your head.
She nods back.
Gonna miss
I'll
you.
miss you.
I don't know your soon-to-be wife, but I hope you have a good time together.
Thank you. I hope she's there. Last time I was aware she was in the base with the Bastions, so hopefully she's on the Pangea. Thank you.
Yeah.
If the wedding has to happen, probably some poles were stringed,
You'll see
strings
her.
were pulled for her. Thank you. How's Lelee doing? Is Lelee still just on the couch miserably? Is she asleep?
She's kind of pacing now. Mostly because she feels like, because she heard part of the conversation, she feels like if she stops pacing, then she's like, quote unquote, lazing about. So she feels like she needs to keep moving, despite like anything else. So when Charpay is like done talking with Alice, she just kind of like, her head like turns around and she's like, at least you're leaving on your own terms, I guess. Kind of. Maybe.
Yeah, could be worse. Yeah.
I mean, last time you couldn't even move.
That's true.
I mean, you can move now.
You're right. I can. That's something to be grateful for.
I'll see you at your wedding. I have to be there in a minute.
Yeah, you're required. So.
And you know, you, me, and Benny are the last of the originals.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
Gotta stay alive, I guess, for posterity's sake.
Yeah.
I'm gonna miss you.
Miss you too. Just, I will do my very best to not think about what you're doing like at all. I'll try to busy myself with other things. But
I mean, you could always just convince yourself that we're actually going back to Wolfenshire.
that
Something
could work.
stupid.
I'm pretty good at tricking myself into believing things, so I could probably do that.
Something to make it so that we're not.
Yeah. That or
yeah.
I'll just play drinking games with Condi the whole time. I'm gonna call him
wouldn't
that.
recommend doing.
I mean, maybe
If,
someone else. There's other people.
If
in
we don't run
Pangea.
into him, I mean, you could probably try and make sure that he doesn't know that we know that.
Oh
that
yeah,
he's.
I'll play nice. I'm sure he knows I've got a lot going on in my mind, and he already knows I know some things that we're cool. I'll play nice. I'm no threat to him. He won't be a threat to me because I have to go to the wedding.
All right.
Yeah, I'll be okay. Just you do your best to be okay too.
I mean, they have to
You
let me.
see Elian watching from the kitchen table. This conversation happens, and he's just like, he's gritting his teeth and he's grimacing.
Well.
But then he averts his gaze and starts kind of slowly idling and staring off at Yaksha.
They have to keep me alive because without me, you can't have the wedding.
Right. Yeah.
Though then again, I don't know if I want them to. But okay, that's neither here nor there. That's just
if anyone
contemplation
will
for
officiate, I
another
want
day.
it to be you.
Yeah, I didn't.
Are you? Maybe okay. I probably shouldn't ask questions about logistics, but if it's an ocean ordeal, are you gonna be okay?
Don't ask about statistics.
You're right.
The situation. Don't ask anything about the situation.
You're right. My bad.
Oh,
My
I
bad.
thought you were talking about the wedding.
No,
if it was an ocean wedding.
No, it's in Wandermere. We're good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the wedding should be fine. I'll be fine.
Okay. She just ignores that whole line of questioning and is just gonna puts that overlined. Yeah. I don't know if I have anything else to say.
She'll like open her arms for a hug because she doesn't want to initiate it.
Yeah. She was cautious because obviously there's a whole ribcage situation here that she would very much like to hug Lelee.
I have a nat 20 for the wisdom saving throw, so I think I'm fine.
Oh
Guys,
yeah.
hug.
And then she goes like right back to pacing.
Like over to Elian. Stop. Quietly, whisper to him. Hey, real quick, what makes you different?
I released Genesis from his prison.
You thinking what I'm thinking? Because I'm thinking.
Do you happen to have any spare jade on you that I can borrow? I notice you have it in your outfit.
Do I? Yeah, sure.
Hold
Need
the
it for
hand
some-
out. Yeah, let's say that. You want anything in return?
A favor. Charpay's curse. Can't win.
Puts a
Would it
hand
be
on your shoulder. I got it then. And he's gonna stand up, walk to the other room. He's not even gonna ask you what you think.
Okay.
And he walks out to the front, and he puts on his coat and jacket and walks outside.
Oh.
Elian just told me he'll really miss you, but doesn't have the heart to say it out loud.
Oh.
Roll deception! You're insane!
It's a 13 for insight, so.
I got this. A 14.
Aww.
Is the mind link still up between Lelee and Yaksha?
It could be.
Like,
it's up to him.
Is she's okay? Yeah, it's up to you. If it is, Yaksha just feels like a. Are you kidding me? And like, how did you? Okay.
So, the hug finishes between Lelee and Charpay. I'm assuming that it's Bennie, Alice, Lelee, Yaksha. Is Aros down here, or is Aros still secluded?
Yeah, Ro is AFK.
Ro is at dinner.
Got it. I assume that Aros just
Aros
kind
is brooding.
of secludes themselves.
Yeah. In that case, Charpay is probably just like, before she goes anywhere, and so we can also make time for Aros interaction later. She's probably just finding a corner. She is going to write something to Gideon. I think she's going to do that, and I'm going to write that right now, so don't mind me.
Maybe something to the both of them. Alright. With that in mind, is Charpay gonna head out then?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
So, you write up a couple of small notes. I'm assuming give a quick round of hugs to... Obviously, Yaksha hasn't got one yet, and Bennie hasn't.
Yeah, Yaksha gets a hug. Yaksha's real. I mean, aside from the lie, Yaksha's been real.
You don't know.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
So...
Bennie
give
gets a
Yaksha-
big hug.
Bennie's gonna raise from the couch to give Charpay a big, full wing, full arm hug.
Yeah. I'll miss you. Be okay.
We'll be back soon.
Okay.
It won't even be like we're gone. Promise.
Okay. Thank you.
Stay safe.
I will.
And with that, you pull on your boots at the door, turn back, and do you head out?
Yep. Knowing that Elian's out there, she kind of expects. She's kind of like looking both ways to see if he's like waiting outside or something.
He's not immediately out there, but as you make your way a little bit further down the trail, you do catch him leaning against a tree. And
She gives a little wave.
Charpay?
Mhm.
We've left a serious loose end in just letting you go. It's one that I can't ignore, and I truly hope it's also crossed your mind.
Oh, you mean just that I know that where you're going?
Yeah.
Right.
It's
I mean, if-
my fault that you ended up with the curse I gave you, and... Fuck. We seem to be thinking that this new curse was their idea. Points up. But it wasn't. It was mine. Spur of the moment. I think you get why I was a little desperate.
Yeah, no hard feelings. I get it completely.
But that means it most likely wasn't in their plans to have you leave us. Hell, they let me get resurrected. Something about at least having that chip on your table so that you weren't tossed out to the wolves.
Right.
I think it's clear. You know it, I know it, we all know it. Whatever prion they gave you, it's because they have plans for you. And we're about to leave you on your own. On your own, no doubt. With them. Gods that can track and teleport. You leave? What if they want you right back, huh? They can just beam you right next to us again, and frankly, right now, I think we all need some space. Away from you. I wanna just say, go to Kelsey, go spend time, tell her everything, prepare her, get her ready, but this curse of yours, I keep thinking it. You really want her to be happy right now, don't you?
I do.
So no matter what, you see the problem, right? Your existence. I'm not gonna kill you. My feelings on you right now be damned. But if your theory is right, then they won't even let you die. But I'm sorry, you're too big of a loose end to leave untied right now, so I see two options. And neither are particularly enjoyable. I've been investigating Alice's magic signature. She potentially has the ability to put a phantom thought into your brain for, from what I can tell, a couple of days. I'm not quite sure, though, how it would play with the anti-charm. But you're already connected to a psionic network, so I think there could be a way through that. I don't like those implications. So, if we go that route, the phantom thought either would have to be that you forgot everyone care about, temporarily, or that you want us to fail. But this opens the idea for this phantom thought being weaponized by, well, fucking any of them. Roxanne, Pangea, Genesis. I hate it. I fucking hate this idea, but I can't deny it would get rid of the curse problem for now. The other option also sucks, and it relies on you to trust that we have any hope left in you. When I got brought back, I felt it. I awakened the 9th level of Arcana in myself. Bit of a late bloomer, I'm aware. I've never done it before. But I could. Cast imprisonment on you and then sequester the planar cage. It would put you in suspended animation, in a secure location, safe from threats and prying eyes. Caveat being, imprisonment and sequester are what we call until dispelled spells. They don't work on concentration, they work on my will. I can set a code to stop the sequester if I die, but not the imprisonment. If the spell goes wrong somehow due to the nature of my resurrection, or if I die, you have a very low chance of returning. Unless there is some real dedication from outside forces. And look, I'm gonna be honest, I hate this, I hate both options, and I'm really sorry to say this, but you are going to have to pick one, or else I'll pick one for you.
Suspended animation means I won't let any time pass. If there was time passing, I'd ask if I could bring a book, but...
I don't know. I've never been put in suspended animation. Though, from what I know, curses are not affected by suspended animation in most regards. They keep running. Which means the clock would still count down. So by the time we brought you back, no time might pass for you, but your curse.
But my my goals would still be affected by my curse, wouldn't it?
You wouldn't be in play. You wouldn't be able to think or express your will. Expressing your will is what activates this curse happening. If you can't express your will at all, how is the curse supposed to function? It can't.
I see. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah. And you know what? Roxanne wants you dead. But if you die, I can't come back.
Funny how that works. Suspended animation.
Yeah.
Want me to give them anything as a keepsake?
Well,
just in case.
She still has the broken familiars gem. Here.
He very gently takes it, careful not to disturb it.
Yeah. He's still not able to come out because of Zelda, but
by the time you're hopefully back, I'll try to make sure he's there to greet you.
Thank you, but I know you'll be very busy, so no pressure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You shouldn't think me right now. I'm about to put you in one of the worst fates someone can have, an imprisonment. That once again, if the suspended animation stops upon my death, you could be stuck in there for centuries.
Well, I have hope.
I wish I did.
I don't have hope.
He reaches out and he grabs onto your hand and is going to take the jade and is going to press it to your forehead.
Be safe. Or don't be safe. I guess I don't care what you do. Ha.
Unfortunately, I still know that you feel that way.
Yeah.
Doesn't really work on just words, does it?
Yeah, no.
I hope, maybe, in time, in this time, maybe by the time I see you again, if that occurs, that I'll have forgiven you. And he puts the jade against her head and casts imprisonment. Do you choose to fail?
Yeah. Can she say anything before it goes?
Yes.
You don't have to. It's your choice.
It is. And you... He grasps the jade in his hand and sequesters it. And he slowly wanders back into the hut. Places the familiar's gem on the coffee table. Walks upstairs.
Can I take it off of the coffee table and just like tuck it into my pocket?
Yeah.
Or my bag? I don't think either of them like say anything to each other when she does that. It's just complete silence.
Elian's gonna send a quick thing to Yaksha and is just going to hit you with, your favor's been granted.
So it's done.
Yeah. Yeah.
The other people don't need to know.
You're right. And yeah. From there, I'm sure a bit of time passes as you guys finish up your short rest. It's getting later in the night when Melania peeks through the kitchen doorway. Stars are out. I don't particularly think that Gideon wants to talk to me right now, so if anyone wants to go get him, see if he's still interested.
I'll go try. She's just gonna make her way upstairs and just, like, knock on the door with her knuckles.
What has Gideon been doing the past few hours?
I think Gideon has been just still working. Specifically with his spell book. I think he's been working on some new stuff with that. He's been writing a lot, especially in a different book, which has to do with Halo that he's been working on for a while. He's writing that, and he's just working and also trying to contemplate think of what to do with all the pieces just falling apart and with every new thing that comes into play, and he's just frantically trying to figure it all out.
Your teeth have just not stopped grinding in the past few hours.
Yeah.
And you have kind of been tuning out all of the other noise in the room until suddenly another shakes you from that trance you're kind of in.
Yes, come in.
She just opens the door and is like, Melania said we were gonna go starwishing, and you said you were gonna come with?
I'd like to just observe. if that's
You're not
all right.
here.
I'm in the upstairs.
Yeah, you're getting ready with Alice and everyone else. Melania said you can observe.
Hell yeah.
Let me do a
It
roll
might be
real
good.
quick.
If you know how to contact Vigor.
You should proceed on without me. Besides, I've never been particularly big on prayer anyways. I have
No.
work to do.
You said that you would. I know you're not big on prayer, Gideon. But just this, it'll take like an hour tops, and then you can go right back to being a recluse.
An hour is not an insignificant amount of time lately, especially in spell work. Even if I was there, I would just be there to watch.
Then bring your stuff with you. I feel like maybe observing ancient elven rituals might help you with magic or something.
Alright, I will work while I am out there.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess, Gideon collects, his tomes and quills and such and proceeds out.
You just I think picking everything up, you're realizing how much your hands have been aching from just non-stop pencil and ink and quill to paper. But you gather everything up.
I feel like Lelee will at least offer to carry some of it. Just in one arm.
Her hands
No,
are
it's
pretty
quite alright,
grubby.
Lelee.
Yeah.
I can carry my own work.
You don't have to, but whatever you say.
Alright. You guys walk downstairs. You didn't even notice Charpay had left, but she's clearly gone. There's a small note on the table at the very least. And Melania will point to it and will go, "By the way, she did leave that for you."
Gideon will pick it up and
I
Alright, then I'll give it a read.
Yeah, we'll
Later.
get to it.
I was about to say I was gonna give it a read later.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Could I have it right?
Yeah. I'll look over it in time, and then Gideon sort of puts it in, the stack of his papers.
She gets her boots on, heads outside, and I'm assuming we have Alice, Lelee, Gideon, Bennie heading out into the front lawn of Melania's hut, where there is a great clearing in the trees that leads up towards the stars. Okay. So, Alice and Lelee, you two are participating. I'm assuming that you are working.
Yes.
The only way I could get him out of his room.
Yeah. And, you are going to spectate for now.
Yes.
Are you guys actually thinking of going back to Sepulturnum, though? I am curious about that before we start.
Well, if any of what our theorizing has been so far is correct, then it would be pertinent for us to return.
And I'm glad I'm teaching you this now. This isn't a tradition from the Feywilds, as I've said, it's from Sepulturnum, but... well... it's not... it's for a reason. Before we begin, allow me to, I guess, enlighten you all, for those who are not currently aware. You can set up your stuff. I have a little deck and such you can just set all your work on. And the rest of you... so, when Corellin died, the stars appeared. It's also why the stars are the same in the Feywilds and the material. It's his will watching over us all. They guide, they balance. Though perhaps I would entice some of you a little bit more if I didn't ramble on upon the spiritual and faith aspect and instead mention that space and time are both exceptionally strong forces. And also deeply connected ones that elves crack the code to. Now, luck is one thing to superstitiously wish for, but Dunamancy, however? Star wishing has been known to grant its boons for those who truly need them, especially on the island of Sepulturnum. So, for whoever wishes to join, lay down on your back, face up, and close your eyes. We'll do an alternative for you, Lelee. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
And, I guess for you too, Alice. So just, lay down and close whatever eyes you have. You guys all lay down in the snow, all three of you. Bennie watching nearby. Now, I want you both... you know what, fuck it, actually close your eyes. Get in character, let's do this.
Okay. Well, I can do you one better. Hold on.
I close my eyes, I'm working, I'm writing my spells.
Yeah, you don't need to, you're not
laying down!
I can't lie back. You can't lie down. You gotta...
Now, imagine as far as you can, in every direction. The forests to your left and right, the cabin behind us, the sky above, and whatever you think is below. Think of yourself as if you were in the middle of the universe. That everything ripples out amongst you, stretches out like roots and veins. Now, put your hand out in front of you, up towards the stars. And I want you to just cast something. A cantrip, a psionic ability, any of that will do. I find it easiest with Dancing Lights or Mage Hand. But when you cast it, I want you to let your hand move however it wishes to. Try not to re-steady it into the casting position, just let it recoil how it wishes. Do that. And then for Alice, open your eyes. And Lelee, stop your concentration.
I'd like to think that when she's mentioning, like, imagine yourself at the center of the universe, Alice's thoughts are divided between, like, does she imagine herself in her current form or as her little Asimar form, and it keeps going back and forth between that. And so when she does reach out and casts whatever psionic ability immediately comes to mind, it's It's hard to tell like which set of hands was originally her own hands, but it's that set and it just goes out and does the thing.
There's a small burst of magic as she casts her dancing lights. Lelee, what do you cast?
Probably just prestidigitation, just to make the space warmer.
And Alice?
So the things, my equivalent of a cantrip is a talent, and most of them are energy beam would be funny, a little bit funny, because yeah, okay. All of them are creature related. I don't know if that would fail automatically.
No, any spell. She said any spell. Anything that you wanted to do.
Any spell.
Anything that's magical.
Energy beam and yeah.
You shoot a beam up to the stars. And then you open your eyes. I always land on the same one when I starwish. It's within a constellation, the clockwork Nirvana. My star is called Silofer. It makes me think of connection, of body, of function. I see the star and I think of balance, judgment, the equalization of chaos. The star never changes in its brightness, and it reminds me that despite where I am, or how I change, that I am still me. And then, I put a wish upon it. Nothing big, nothing imperceptible. Small wishes tend to be stronger. She goes quiet. And then, the two observing, and not still looking up at the stars, you guys see as Melania lifts off the ground, clearly having not casted a thing, floats to her feet, and her eyes glow a crystalline sheen as a series of geometric objects and equations seem to flash and overlay over her body for just a moment, till she closes her eyes and breathes out. And she almost gives a little catty look as she turns back and claps her hand towards Gideon. And like that, I've starwished. And I've been granted a boon. Now, I will tell you two your stars, and you say what comes to your head. And she walks over towards Lelee, kind of kneels down. Lelee, your hand lands upon the constellation Pandemonium. I believe that is the star Phlegethon, a river of flame that stretches on forever. What comes to your head when I speak of this star?
Fear. I don't like fire.
I'm glad that you are so honest with your thoughts on that situation, and I'm sorry that the star that you have landed upon may be distressing. But I have made a deep connection to it, because it has struck a very primal emotion. Now, make your wish. In your head or speak it, if you so choose.
I think she'll just do it in her head. I don't know what to wish for. Safe passage to Sepulturnum.
You guys wait for a second. And unlike Melania, who floated up and was granted with the grafting of great powers of the stars, nothing happens to Lelee, as Lelee's hand just falls to the side. Sometimes star wishes do not grant a boon. Comes easier to some. It's a learned skill, as much as it is a hope. Alice, you have landed upon... Huh. I don't think I've seen that constellation before. Give me 1 second. And she is gonna pull out a small star map that was in a wrist pocket spell, just... Okay, so if it's that then. Huh. That wasn't there before. Well, I suppose let's observe the outside of it, shall we? Appears those 3 stars. Well, it kind of just looks like it makes the letter V. So, I guess with that in mind, what does your star make you think of?
It makes me think of Veldrin. I guess now Vigor, if we want to think about this specific Veldrin in this timeline, but it makes me think of the Veldrin I knew first. Because, I don't know how similar
That's
they
his
are.
constellation! Of course! Elven gods! They're all said to make the constellations themselves, that's... Well then, congratulations, you may be the first person who has ever actually star-wished upon Vigor. This is important. This might be a whole new type of boon, so... Now, make your wish. In your head, or out loud.
I don't know what to wish for now, because if the smaller wishes are stronger, there's too many wishes. They're all so big.
Then make the big wish. It might not come true as easily as the smaller ones, but who knows? Who knows?
Okay, I want to speak to Vigor.
There's quiet. And for a second, you hear something echo inside your head. A familiar voice. Speaking to someone, but clearly not you. I want to work with you. It fades. When you come back to reality, what the witnesses have seen is Alice indeed floated up off the ground, grafted in the constellation of ticking clocks. For the next 24 hours, you have access to one instance. What is the ability called? I need to figure this out again. You have one instance of Convergent Future you can use in the next 24 hours.
Oh! Sick. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to look it up now, I guess.
Convergent Future is a chronology thing, and it is fucking cracked. Whenever you or a creature you can see within 60 feet makes an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can use your reaction to ignore the dice roll and decide whether it is the minimum needed to succeed or one less. But you gain a level of exhaustion when you use this.
Oh. Okay. Dang.
You've been granted a boon! How does it feel?
I don't know, I wasn't expecting this to actually work.
I know, but what does the magic feel like in you?
Chronology, I don't know what to do with this right now.
Oh, God giving a chronology boon, well that's a new one. Gods can't cast
I
chronology.
didn't think that was possible.
New god, new rules is what Gideon says, not really looking up from his work.
Now, we have you two. You've done your star wish. Are you sure you would not like to try your hand at the boon?
Yeah, let me do a roll.
Gideon...
Gideon...
Also, sorry.
Gideon first.
I did. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, Gideon was just gonna look up and just sort of sigh and say, alright. I will try it.
Right. Come on over then.
Yep.
But what was Alice gonna say? As he's getting set up?
She was gonna mention that she did hear something, so that's what she was gonna. I did hear something. I don't think he was talking to me though, which is the weird part. I don't know how newer gods work with their locations or whatever, but what was it? He said, I want to work with you.
Well, small insights are often given, but hey, you heard him. Isn't that what you wish for?
Yeah.
She pats you on the shoulder. Okay. Now then, let's start on you. And she is just gonna sit down. Do you need me to go over it again? Or did you pick up on things?
I think I understand it well enough at this point.
Alright. Lay down, eyes closed.
Yep.
Imagine yourself in every direction. Put your hand out and cast.
Yeah, I think Gideon, follows the instruction. I think he'll throw a, let's see, what would be good? I have Blade War, but also, I'll throw out just a firebolt up into the sky.
As it bursts off, your hand recoils a lot more than it normally does, and maybe this is just due to the fact that, well, she told you not to immediately steady your hand back into casting position, which is typically standard protocol for a wizard of your skill, but even then, has give to it, a lot of give. Your eyes are closed, so you don't exactly see the angry red flame that shoots out of your palm. And open your eyes.
He opens them.
She kneels next to you, looks up as to where your hand is pointing. Okay, well, your hand lands upon constellation Ursa, upon the star Callista. What's interesting is that some say it's actually not a star at all, but a moon, a shifter of the water, like our very own. Involuntarily, there is a rancor of a chill that kind of races up the back of your neck. Well, you know the procedure. You can begin speaking your thoughts about it to everyone else here, but I'm going to fetch you a coat while you do so. She stands up and walks away. Whatever comes to your mind, and then your wish. She walks off. Do you follow her instructions, or stay silent?
I have a question. Do you have to say the wish out loud verbally for it to work?
No. But you
Okay.
have to explain what it reminds you of out loud. The star.
Yeah. Alright, well, I definitely, I think Gideon will follow her instructions. And just sort of, I guess on a, not a whisper, maybe just a mumble or mutter, says, reminds me of Callie. And then he makes his wish.
I'll let you decide if you want to DM it to me, or if you want to say it, like, for what he says in his head.
I think I will DM it to you.
And as you close your eyes and send off the wish that you're sending me, you're typing, I'll say that only Lelee you were able to hear the hushed voice and what he said with your own elven ears.
Callie? Who's Callie?
Gideon just sort of turns to Leland and says, "Oh, an old friend from Sepulturnum."
Okay, and was she like a star lady or something?
Suppose graviturgist. I knew her for a while.
So, did she get out, or?
You're trying to concentrate on your wish right now. And just for a second, instead of trying to have that clear thought, Lelee's question just... And all you can think of is her mycelium-riddled corpse waving you goodbye. I swear you start to feel some kind of magic riding up in you, but as that vision comes into your head, it just... You lost it.
Yeah, I think Gideon's definitely frustrated that he lost it, and also, in response to it, he just says, "No, she didn't."
I'm sorry to hear about it. I mean, are you glad you've starwished now? Because at least, I don't know, you have something to remember her.
It wasn't unproductive, I'll say that much at least. Though I won't necessarily say that was a good use of my time either.
Nothing is
I think
ever
we're
a good
done
use
here.
of your time, is it? Oh, we're done here, Gideon?
Yes, we're done here. I need to get back
I wanted
to work.
30 minutes for you to just be present, Gideon. I haven't seen you for like ever. And when I get back, you treat me like I'm some kind of quarantine creature. So for 30 minutes, I wanted you to act like I was fine.
You're not fine, Lelee. We haven't even had a chance to investigate anything that could be going on with you.
Fine. If you would have asked me questions or talked to me at all, you would have known that I could cast magic before this. I wanted you to be proud of me. Not treat me like I'm an anomaly, Gideon. I was
Sorry,
able to
Lelee,
do this before.
but I can't give you what you want right now.
You can't even give yourself what you want. You're so focused on planning and on making everything your problem and no one else's that you even forgot your coat, Gideon. You're gonna get frostbite. What happens if you get frostbite? You die? We can't bring you back? The world is over because you're the only one who's been planning for this apocalypse. You haven't let anybody help you. I think when she says that he forgets his coat, she's basically just going to like flick her hand up and cast prestidigitation to warm like the space that he's standing in up.
And as she goes to the prestidigitation on you, Gideon, you see the ends of it glitch. And instead of feeling a warmth that you have a feeling that Lelee was trying to do for you, feel an even deeper chill. And then this horrible crushing sensation in the corner of your eyelid. Your eye just blinks unintentionally. And just a single tear fear of your blood rolls down instead.
I think Gideon, definitely recoils a bit and says, "This is what I mean. You can't even cast what you want to. We don't know why you have the magic, or the cause, or what's causing it to happen this way. You can't tell me when you're fine when you can barely control yourself."
I didn't say I was fine. I'm just saying you need to stop acting like you can't talk to me about it. Hey, God, and this stupid... Ugh.
As the tear finally rolls down the side of your face, it beads off the little bit of your chin, and instead of falling into your beard, it proceeds up, plucks itself forward, and makes a small moat of a white star in front of both of you.
Do I know that that's there
You
just
have
because
no
it's
idea.
blood? Okay. So she's basically just still there, just like, God, I'd rather you just, ask me, maybe. What does it feel like when you have magic and it doesn't work?
Gideon's just sort of staring at it. Sort of, at this point, he's back in his own head. He's only really half hearing Lelee, and he's trying to figure out what is going on right now, and his hands are sort of prepping to react to anything that might happen.
Because this is what I'm talking about! You never let anybody help you with any situation!
It starts to grow.
Oh, Lelee, there's something there.
There's nothing there!
It's in the air.
See it.
I guess she'll just take one step back, because in her mind she thinks that it's basically just Gideon's way of getting her to go away.
You guys all back up from the star that is in betwixt all of you, now separating kind of like this fine line between where Gideon and Lelee stand. It stops growing for a second. And just stays there. Vanishes back into a pinprick. There's bracing in your hands for whatever's gonna come next. I'm curious, what is Gideon's thought process? Is it protect himself if something happens?
I don't think he's really thinking that line of thought. He's mostly just thinking if something happens, just to lock this down. And if he, happens to be protected just on, as a consequence of, just taking care of it in general, then, that's just how it is.
A needlepoint pinprick beam of light shoots into the sky. And Alice and Gideon and Bennie, as you guys follow its beam up, you see as it goes right towards the center of the V constellation. It's quiet for a second. Lelee, again, no one's telling you what's happening.
God, what happened? Did I summon something? Is everyone dead? What's going on?
We're fine, but we don't know yet.
A flash through the sky splits it in two, and it's like everything illuminates. Like you've been woken from a dream. The sky goes bright, and not the golden glow of the sun. No, it streaks like a thunder crack with bioluminescent sea blue centered around a horrifically bright flash in the sky. A flash that you guys see is moving. Moving quickly. Getting bigger. No. closer. The door slams open as Melania screams out, "Get inside!" And this is where we are going to go on our break. We'll be right back. Pretty bold of you to show your mortal face, God. Still coming to terms with it all. A brash assumption, especially considering the face you take when we both know you've got forms much less human. What can I say? He knows what I like. Ah, so you're the one to blame for the bad taste, then. You're in quite the mood, Vigor. Unhappy with your decision already? Playing bold for a sense of power? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? Have you come to try and fight me? Do you refuse to accept your godhood because it puts you under me? Need I remind you? Attack the powers that ascended you, and you don't just fall back to mortality. You fall like Tiamat.
You fall like Corellin.
So this is what it's come to, then? Ascended as the god of hope and then shackled by the gods most bent on draining it from mortals. Right. It's all been for nothing, then? Is that what this is? I don't know. You tell me. I can't fight you. Then why show your face? Because I want to work with you. Now I've heard it all. My lords, how the mighty do fall when they realize their place in the pecking order. Our enemies are Celestials, right? I have my problems with them. You are the God Defiler, weren't you, Mr. Chronergy? I'm shocked you haven't come to this conclusion sooner. Yes, Vigor, the Celestials are the problem. Excellent. Then I know my first course of action. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. He really has lost his mind.
Something like that.
1,
Wait.
2, 3, 4,
Sigil.
5, 6.
Fuck this fucking piece of shit. Why did they ascend him?
Going somewhere? What? You think I'm scared of you? Well, you're certainly not handling those allegations the most gracefully, are you? You pick dumb battles, Vigor. Really? Well, by the looks of things, I have you backed into a corner.
God of hope. Did you give the mortals hope when you let Sepraternum fall? Did you give them hope when you abandoned the survivors? Did you give me hope when you abandoned me to the stars? Are you being a good god of hope, cornering me in a hallway? A god against a mortal? Am I supposed to believe in your domain in this moment? That tongue of yours really knows how to fly when you're stressed. You're the one who should be more stressed. You betray your own domain, just like you betrayed them. I always wondered what happened to the bodies.
Just lost? Things already ended before they started?
Something from 100 years ago that happens again? Separate turnip.
They are crumbling, falling apart no matter what you try. Some god of hope you are. You've only brought despair. You've only brought the sense of impending doom. You've ended the world more than anyone else in existence. There is nothing you can do to bring them hope.
Where did it used to be? Where did it used to be? Come on. Schoolhouse.
Now who's the one in the corner? Gods are so fucking gawky. No wonder my husband needs me around to keep him in check.
I wish they had more interesting names, because it's just kind of slog.
Yeah.
You can just call them ethos, and we're Sepraternum, so we're cooler.
You're right. There is nothing I can do. It's not the job of the gods to make hope for the mortals, because the system is rigged. Right? Isn't that it? You're finally catching on. Then it's up to the mortals. Oh, running away from your problems again? How Veldrin Volar of you, Vigor. Not this time. This time, it's owning up to my shortcomings and recognizing that I am not and never have been that guy. You're a fucking coward. Yeah, something like that. Ugh. Will you just stay down already? You spent your dying moment trying to bring hope to a boy doomed to hell. You are more worthy than me.
And we're back. I hope everyone liked their little movie break. Yeah, I feel the need to say before we jump back into character, I recorded all that audio at 3 a.m. one night, just...
Wild.
I was
This
just
is
so
great that
fucking
Enemoto finds both
yelling.
Roxanne and Belgian Vol are attractive.
And I did all of those art assets in 2 days, and it hurt
Jesus.
so fucking much. Anyways, and I edited it, like, this morning. I literally woke up and I edited it, like, I had it finished, like, an hour before the stream. So, with that in mind, where we last left off in the Cursed Ones, you guys saw the sky beginning to illuminate in a bright fluorescent blue light as a star began to fall. And Melania, outside the door, breaks through and yells, "Get inside!" What are you doing?
Getting inside!
With how cold it is, and the fact that she just yelled at Gideon and has been pacing for so long, I don't know if Lelee can, like, actually move. Like, I think she's just kind of firmly rooted in her spot. Like, even as Alice, like, runs by, she's just not moving.
I'm gonna grab you!
Benny's gonna try and... Oh, if you're gonna grab them. Because I was gonna say, Benny's gonna try and
Sorry,
swoop
big
them up
man.
and run.
We'll give that to Benny, honestly. Yeah, so Benny, you immediately rush by and are going to just, like, grab onto Lelee and start rushing for the indoors.
Yeah,
Well,
like,
let me
not even, like,
roll.
walking, like, flying. Like, he's just full tilt.
Give me 1 second, because I rolled for my curse.
Yeah, got it. Okay, so...
And that
immediately-
was...
Yeah.
That was a fail.
I have a question.
Yes, what's your question?
So, with Wall of Force, it can hang in the air, right? You don't have to have it, like, connected to the floor. You can also make a dome. So what if I do that? Oh, I'd like to do that, put it in the air, and then invert.
Bowl? Like a bowl?
Basically like a bowl to stop
Bowl of
this
Force.
thing crashing down.
How... I think you're starting to, like, contemplate that. You're still just, like, staying outside, right? You're
Yeah.
not immediately rushing for the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you're contemplating that, Melania is just going to go, "That's a fucking meteor swarm, Gideon! Inside!"
I did fail the wisdom, so, Benny, can you roll strength against me, because she's going to try and get out of it.
Okie dokie.
Are you... Okay, so as Lelee, you are grabbed by Benny, you are met with this shock of horrible fear throughout you. Mentioned before, in that star that was related to you, there is that just river of fire, and I think you just see flames, and you hear the encroaching sound of whatever is falling from the sky and the crackling noise that it's making. In the meanwhile, there is the yelling and such as Melania screams at you, Gideon. Are you staying your ground and getting ready to cast something?
Oh, actually, you know what? I think I'd like to, book it for the fucking house. And
Yeah.
then, you know what? How big is the house?
It's a hut. It's like a sizable
It's a
hut.
hut.
Yeah. It's not too big.
Cool. Alright. Then I was gonna ask if, yeah, I was gonna cast, I think, fuck it, yeah, I'll cast Planar Prison over the hut.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you, as you rush inside, you're going to slam your hands together, and a red box is going to appear on the outside of the house, and immediately Melania is going to grab your wrist and just yank you further indoors. Lelee, what did you get on that contested strength with Benny?
Benny got a nat 20, so needless to say.
Yeah, Lelee is trying to claw at you, Benny.
Yeah.
As
She's
Benny's
basically,
going...
let me go.
Benny's just saying, "I'm sorry, I cannot leave you out there. I apologize.
God,
You're going inside."
Gideon is
let
at
me
a wall
go.
of force. Can that stop whatever that is?
And as soon as Benny's inside, Benny's gonna immediately let go of Lelee and give a step back and says, "I'm very sorry. I needed to get you inside."
Now's not the time. Can that stop a meteor swarm?
I mean, yeah, right?
Yeah, theoretically.
I don't see any reason it shouldn't be able to based on everything I've made. Unless there's something about this meteor swarm that's special or anti-magic.
Yeah, that's
We
what I
should not
worried
be
about.
issued.
We were just star wishing and it came from the stars. Fucking everyone into the basement now! It doesn't make sense. This doesn't happen. Your mind would have to be so corrupted that the dead fragments of a god billions of years away could feel its ache, and were that true, everyone around you would be tainted by your discordant chaos. You'd be a mad god!
Oh, wait.
Mad God.
She
Was
puts
that
a
my
finger-
fault?
She puts a finger on your chest. She's like accusing you, or does she already know? She looks like she's realized something. Basement! Basement!
Okay.
Yeah, we all go to the, yeah, Gideon goes to the basement, though, you know, I guess.
Before you do,
Mhm.
you see a glimpse out of the corner of your eye outside the window, and with your passive perception, that's not a meteor swarm. It's not a comet, a burning inferno, or a star, or a crashing amyloid. That's a person. And that kind of chaos surrounding them as they are crashing to the ground, that isn't from the pressure of descending from orbit. That's a trail from their spear. They're not crashing. They're landing. Basement?
Yeah, basement.
Basement.
Melania ushers everyone forth. And immediately, the second that everyone slides into the basement, is going to take the trapdoor and is going to close it shut. Okay, get near and under things on the ground, spread yourself thin, treat it like an earthquake. And you all brace yourselves on your objects or anything like that as you brace for impact. And you brace, and you brace, you brace, you brace. Nothing hits the side of the planar prison. You don't feel any feedback from the spell, Gideon. All you guys hear from upstairs is a shockingly gentle of snow parting ways from a graceful, elegant landing. There is absolute control in the gravity of whatever just fell.
That didn't sound like a meteor to me.
Sounded controlled,
This makes sense.
which might be much worse.
It's my fault. I'm sorry.
What did you wish for? Could it be your fault?
I didn't wish for this to fall. I tried to cast a spell on Gideon, and then it started going upside down, I guess?
I don't think any spell could have been what that just was.
It's from the stars. It wasn't from... It couldn't have just been from your magic. I'm telling you, this has to do with the star wishing, and the last person who star wished was you. What's it, Gideon? What did you wish for?
I just wished for some illumination on some of the work I'm currently at, but this has nothing to do with that. I don't know what's going on.
I'm gonna roll insight on that.
For what are you looking for?
Basically seeing if that's the truth, the whole truth, you know, nothing but the truth. Let's see, insight. That's gonna be 24.
24? Yeah. Gideon was telling the truth there, right? So,
Yeah.
absolutely.
It's the truth as far as, you know, he sees it, yeah.
Yeah. You get the sense he's
How
telling the
far
truth.
how far underground is the basement? Do you like...
It's like a single ladder down, like a ladder like the size of my door.
Okay, so if Lelee walked over to the wall, kind of, if she tremor sensed, would she be able to see if something was on
Yes.
the surface? Okay, yeah, she'll just kind of ignore the argument and walk over and just kick the wall. Put
You
her
have to
foot
climb
on
up
it.
onto the ceiling. I think you just walk up the ceiling because you can do that and just stomp.
Starts knocking on it.
Callie, you find yourself alive. Spear in your hand as you press your paws down around the great snow of the earth, and you feel feedback. You feel coldness. You didn't feel that when you were...
I think the first thing she does is just presses her hands down into the snow and like scoops up a big pile of it and realizes how big her hands are, but just packs it into a little snowball and I'm alive.
You look up and you see a small cottage hut with a great wall of red magic surrounding it.
This is silly, but are the elks around here?
They
Big
are.
elks?
They are.
Her glance kind of shifts over to them and she's like, She casts Speak with Animals.
And the elk suddenly... Hello.
Hello. Hi. Are you aware of who lives here? What's the deal with the big red cube on it?
Nothing of the cube is known to me at this moment in time, though the person who lives in here is our friend. Her name is Melania Fairwind. She is an elf from the Feywild.
And she just like walks up to the edge of the cube and is just like tentatively just gonna give it a little knock.
Lelee, as your foot is knocking against the ground, you feel the feedback of a large thing knocking on the side of the planar prison, and I think, Gideon, honestly, because you like project ward and you feel through your ward, I feel like you can slightly feel through what would be touching the outside of planar prison, so you feel that too.
Gotcha. Huh.
Guys. Okay, I'm gonna roll insight to see if any of the movements that this person is taking seems like malicious. Like they're coming to kill us type
Bad
of malicious.
vibes. I mean, honestly, like it's like a gentle knock, right? It was a very delightful.
I mean, it was
little-
a 24 insight, anyways.
Yeah, no, that just seems like genuine curiosity, and you also
Okay.
feel as like there's a snowball in their other hand.
Yeah, I think as the group is, I'm assuming they're still arguing over who caused this. She's going to like reach for the trapdoor. Slowly, I can roll stealth if you need me to.
Confirmed. We haven't confirmed what's out there or not.
Yes.
Even if this was
I
something
know it's
that
out there.
landed.
I know it's out there.
What is out there?
A giant paw knocking on the side of things? That's not exactly a vote of confidence.
Well, it seems nice.
Right.
Listen, okay.
Your reasoning,
the
it
planar
seems
prison-
nice.
It's got a snowball in its other hand. Listen,
You
okay.
realize there are dozens of spells that use snowballs as components? This is...
No, I
Not
don't
in the
realize
paper.
that. Okay, the planar prison is up. Can I at least go and look or feel?
Should all
I won't-
go up
I
and
won't-
look.
I won't let it see it. See me, not it.
We should all check things out, but if you can at least maybe scope out first with tremor sense or something and see at least the scale of what we're dealing with, we can all actually come take a better look for ourselves, maybe.
Yeah, just go see how big it is. All I
Better
can
stealth.
feel is the paws.
You stealth up?
Yep.
Stealth versus Callie's
It's hot.
insight.
I can go with her. I'm stealthy. And then can I also roll to see if I can help?
Yeah, you can give Lelee the help action, and Lelee can roll for you guys.
Oh boy, are you sure you don't want me to roll, Lelee?
Oh, I got a 7!
What did you get for insight, Callie?
I got a 17.
Lelee, immediately, you guys see as Lelee clambers up the stairs, and due to the fact that, like, there was so much movement in the shuffle of trying to get downstairs, a rug was upturned, and you guys all hear the sound of Lelee's foot snagging on a rug and her very loudly crashing to the ground.
All right, chick is up. Let's all go up.
I go up.
We have to kill it. We have to kill it.
She stands up in front of the door, just like, who moved the rug?
You feel the presence of about 8+ feet tall of fur and mass with a giant spear.
Oh.
Can I see
a
it
big
at all?
dog.
Or?
You can look through the window.
That's a big dog.
The rest of you
dog?
guys
That's
are
no
able to filter out, and you guys just see a wooden mask staring through the window.
I'm gonna tap Lelee on the shoulder and help her up.
I'm already up addicted. That's an 8 foot tall dog.
A bear.
Waving.
It is in fact waving. Yeah. Okay.
Lily, may I
what?
perceive through your senses real quick?
Who is the last person out of the basement? I'm curious.
I think I'm too eager to go out to be the last person.
I think Benny, because he's slow, taking up the rear.
Old
Spending
man.
all of his energy getting Lelee in the house, and now his back hurts.
Old man.
So, you guys one by one start getting out from the staircase. I'm specifically asking marching order because I'm curious as to when exactly Gideon makes himself known from the basement.
He probably comes out one of the more sooner than the others, but I think like all the like really eager ones like Yaksha and Lelee and Aros get out before him, and then trailing after them is Gideon.
Yeah, Gideon, Benny, and Alice kind of at the rear. And
Yeah.
I think Alice's form obscures him for a second, but eventually, as you're looking at this cast of people inside, Callie, obscured by the redness of this planar prison outside, you see a man crawl out from the basement. And you recognize those facial features, but there's no way. There's no way.
Gideon?
Do we hear that?
Do we hear
Hello?
this, or does it come
I
out as like a
think
bear? Like, what do we hear?
I think it's muffled from the planar prison. I don't think you guys can hear the bear outside.
It's saying something.
Yeah, she's definitely talking. That if can anyone hear it if she's talking? Can Lelee
I don't
hear it?
think so.
Okay.
Through
'Cause
the planar prison,
Yeah.
muffled.
that's not gonna stop her. She's still talking very animatedly, like,
Okay. Can
Hey,
I
that's not a
open the
dog, that's a
door?
bear.
I don't know what a bear is. Can I open the door? It's trying to say something.
Right, so we're just going to
Gideon, can I open the door?
Yes. More
Okay,
importantly,
she opens the door.
Yeah, I'm going straight out.
Melania
And
is
Gideon
just...
says yes. And she just presses her ear right up against the planar prison.
you have purple hair. Are you the baby?
You hear it.
I'm not
Well, obviously
the
not
bear
anymore. Lelee.
the bear just called me a baby? What the fuck?
You were a baby in the past, but you're so big. Well, I'm big, and you're also big, and we've both grown.
Gideon.
I'm friendly.
Gideon. She's worried for a
Really?
different reason. She's Gideon. She knows my last name, and she knows me as a she knew me as a baby.
I don't think you're a
And
bitch.
she,
I think you're a baby.
I said baby. She's gonna like slowly kind of inch him towards the door. She's like,
Gideon just gets closer and he's just sort of perplexed by everything going on, but he does, approach cautiously.
Hi. So I'm not sure what's going on, and I'm not sure why there's a big wall between us, but, hello? Again? You're taller?
Who are you?
you know this bear?
My name is Callista Faraday.
is not possible.
You know, you'd think that Mr. Voller had a big idea. I'm not I have questions, I'm sure you have questions. I'll start with this one. What year is it?
What year is it? Sorry.
Isn't it
I'm
M?
blanking.
Yeah, M. Yeah,
So though would be more accurate to say it's year what would the year be in like actual like numerical
1,000.
year 1000.
Ah. What year was it when Sepraternum fell?
It was 126 years ago, so 900 and something.
Okay. The still true resurrection, is it 100 years ago or 200 years ago the cutoff date is? I think it's 200 years, so that's still within the realm of possibility.
I mean, I guess if you said fellow Vigor was involved, he's a god, so
That's new.
I mean, I
yeah,
don't.
that was she's just very shyly, just like she doesn't really know what to do with herself. She's still like kind of messing with like having the spear like on her back versus in her hand. Hi. I've been dead for a long time, but now I'm back. I'm not sure how or why. But you're all grown up. Both of you.
Here's my question for Gideon. Do you think this is real?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely having doubts. I was literally about to ask for an insight check.
Go for it.
Let's see, let's roll. Oh wow, I got 18.
Everyone seems to be latching on to this truth so quickly. And you have to be the skeptical and you have to think of things rationally.
Yeah.
But the more and more you rationalize it, the more you keep looking up at the mask before you keep examining everything, the more you kind of just feel like you know her. And it slowly, achingly slowly dawns upon you that this is real.
Yeah, I think Gideon sort of turns to everyone else and says, "Okay, I am about to bring down the ward. So everyone be ready for anything that might happen."
Got it.
So, and then, yeah, I think Gideon will drop concentration.
You do?
That's a cool spell.
Yes.
I think he made it himself.
Really? Wow. Well, I don't know what to say. But I should introduce myself to you. Lelee. I knew you very briefly as a child, as a baby. I died there, so we didn't know each other very long. But my final moments was getting you off the island, which was pretty cool. I'm glad that You all seem very unhappy, and I'm a little worried. I don't...
We thought you were a meteor shower. That was gonna... Yeah.
Fortunately not. Just me. She just... Her gaze, like, kind of... The mask doesn't move, but I imagine the light between her, like, behind her eyes does, and it just kind of cartoonishly flickers between Lelee and Gideon. Just... Each time it flickers, she, like, realizes a new, like, detail of, like, something on their person that she didn't notice before, and she's like... What did I miss? A lot. I didn't... You have a beard. It's weird. I mean, you look nice, but it's... Huh. May I come in, or should we talk out here?
I think Lelee's going to look back at Melania, like, can she come in? This is your house.
It seems that things are a lot more complicated than I first thought, so...
Are you Melania? I spoke to Elk.
That is me. Okay, well, if the elks did not run away, then... Yeah, sure.
You have very nice elk. They're very polite.
Thank you. You are very polite.
Thank you. I'm trying to... I'm not used to being this tall, and so I feel like I'm a little more threatening than I was before, but I'm trying not to be.
I mean, not really.
Okay, that's good. It's good that I'm not.
You're just... I don't think being taller is incentive to be more threatening.
True. I like the little the braids you have, Lelee. They're very nice.
Oh. Thanks.
Yeah. She just shuffles her way inside.
I think some introductions are in order.
Yes. Yes, there are many of you. I said it before, I can say it again. My name is Callista Faraday. I, am alive. That's news to me, and also news to you. I'm a little not entirely sure what I'm supposed to be doing, but, I, help, ostensibly. And I don't know what I'm helping with, but I would like to help.
Aros Schrodinger, I'm the party's bard. Can't say
Nice to
I'm as
meet you.
long-lived as the rest of the folk you do know, so... Pleasure to meet you.
She holds out a big bear paw.
Handshake. Paw shake.
Paw-to-paw communication. This is Alice.
Well,
hello.
I'm big too. I'm Alice. Did you say Mr. Voller?
Yes. Yes. He was, back in the day I was a wizard. Wasn't the greatest at it, but he taught me. And, apparently he's, still busy things. And,
Melania is currently, like, very clearly rooting a bit through Callie's brain, and as mention of the school comes up, she kind of, like, perks her ears up, and you see, like, this look in her eye of, oh, as she very quickly turns to Gideon, and there's a look of, oh, as she no doubt just saw what he looked like as a little guy.
Yeah. think Gideon hasn't really said much yet because he's still trying to just sort of process.
Yeah,
everything
it's a lot
going
to-
on here. Yeah.
Probably he's just been like slightly in the back, lagging behind, just like staring.
I think at some point Lelee will kind of walk over and nudge his arm with her shoulder. Not enough to like activate her because she's like, sorry for yelling at you, but are you okay? This is a lot to take in, you know? Someone...
Yes, it's a lot to take in. I'm just sort of processing everything going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's good you're processing, finally. She seems nice. Was she always a bear?
Occasionally, though not in this particular form.
So that used to be an elf?
More or less, yes.
Kind of like... Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
While this is happening, I imagine that she goes to Alice to like shake her hand, and then she's just like, oh, which one? Okay,
any of them will do. And just reaches toward one of the middle pair.
She's so polite.
Good handshake.
This is like the first time the handshake is like an actual handshake and not just like a very tiny.
Yeah.
I haven't shaken a hand that's the same size as mine in a while.
I've never shaken a hand the size of mine, so this is great for me.
Nice to meet you.
You as well. And she like continues along the line, probably to Bennie.
Hello. My name is Bennie Jets. Nice to meet you.
And she does a little handshake, and she's just off screen going down the line.
Yeah.
Doing her thing.
Eventually, you've shaken the hands of everyone that you have yet to. Well, everyone besides Lelee and Gideon, because you already know them.
So, I feel as if things are unsteady, and I'm not entirely sure how to amend this situation. I'm not sure if it's my arrival or if it's other things that have happened in my absence.
Definitely other things.
Okay. I feel terrible asking this of you, but by any chance, could anyone give me an approximate 126-year history of the world?
Yeah, I can cover that.
Thank you.
No, we can't. I'll do it.
Oh, what?
Oh, okay.
He's gonna start writing over everything, and Gideon loves history. Let him talk about history.
Yes, if we're gonna catch her up, it would be pertinent for her to have an accurate and concise
Also a
review of
baby.
everything that's happened.
Gideon, me and Gideon have been alive for long enough. You've been alive for like 2 years?
I'm gonna have Melania roll insight here on Gideon. She's trying to see if Gideon wants like a moment with Callie. That's a nat 20 insight. She's trying to pick up on his vibe.
Let's see. I'll have the cat help me. None of those are nat 20. So basically, I think Gideon's just trying to like figure out like sort of what's going on. Just be like, is it like trying to figure out if this is really Callie? So, and, and also a part of it is genuinely just like, hey, I want accurate relaying of information.
Mine's the fun
And it's easier for him to
version.
it's easier for him to justify, I guess, I don't know, like taking what could be taken as a personal moment with, by
Hey,
making it productive somehow.
Melania claps her hands.
Yeah.
Hey, so if you are formerly an elf, maybe you would be interested in some specially brewed tea, original Sepulturnum blend?
Does she have a mouth?
You touch the bear mask. Feel under it. You do.
Okay, that's a relief. Yes, I would love that. Thank you.
Okay, that's amazing. I'm going to need the assistance.
I just noticed I haven't been breathing.
Yes, of course.
So.
I'm going to need the assistance of about 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to need the assistance of about 5 people. So while Gideon catches Callista up, wow, let's all go make tea.
Thank you.
Before I leave the breathing thing, if you don't have to breathe, you don't have to do it. And she just walks away.
She just like rounds everyone out, and is just going to like give them space.
Hey, I'm doing that.
Yeah. Her eyes land on Gideon, and she kind of, I don't know if we're staying in this room, that she just kind of like crouches down a little, just like, hello.
Hi. Yes. I suppose I should catch you up. I'll gather. I have some history notes in my bag. I could take them out. We could sort of go through a summary of everything that's gone on in a very long amount of time. Yes. Yes.
I'm really glad I found you.
It's certainly surprising. Certainly didn't expect anything like this from the starwish.
You were doing star wishing.
Yes. Some of my my companions were participating. They asked for me to as well, so I thought I would try it out, see what it was like. Seems to have been more effective than I thought it would be.
Huh. That makes sense. And Lelee. That is her, right?
Yes, that is her. Yes, she's grown quite a bit since you last saw her. I'm sure. Yes.
Yeah. So have you.
Yeah.
So have
yeah.
I. So.
Yes, lots of change.
Yeah. So, where should we begin? Yeah.
Well, I suppose we should begin close to, and then maybe after the fall of Sepulturnum. We were there for that. Suffice to say that the destruction continued. It went on, and well, as things currently stand, there isn't an island anymore. At least we think so. We'll circle back to that later, but things currently stand, there isn't an island there.
Okay.
And then, and then I think at this point, Gideon probably just starts giving a concise but accurate synopsis of just all that history. And he's just sort of, stumbling every now and then, just because, he's trying to keep his wits about him with everything going on, but he is, getting through it, sharing it to Callie, just sort of laying everything out for her, trying to catch her up as best as he can.
Here's what I'm curious about. In this recap, is Gideon mostly talking about world history, like Curse War, like the world itself outside? Or is he mentioning where he was during all this?
Oh, entirely world history. Hasn't even mentioned everything what happened with him yet.
You don't even, yeah. So
It's not been mentioned.
Callie, I think what you might pick up on is that the way it's relayed sounds like it's come from a history book and not the lived experience that he should have. It's very textbook.
Interesting. So, I assume in that history he mentioned the Curse War and curses existing.
Yeah, he definitely mentioned that, especially with how important and big it is.
Curses. Like what are the curses? Do you have one?
Yes, I do. In fact, most individuals on the world do at the moment. I have one. Everyone in this party has one. It's quite widespread, actually. They vary in an innumerable amount of ways, and while there is some categorization going on to make them easier to understand and sort of itemize, each curse could be, any individual's curse could be quite literally anything, as far as we can tell.
Huh. Interesting.
Yes.
So, what is your curse?
My
Why don't we
curse.
show her?
Yes. Well, my curse takes the form of a connection between me and well, as I had discussed earlier, one of the dead or not so dead celestials, Elo. It allows him to communicate through my mind to me and, well, cause mental distress when he tries to, that sort of thing. And
You know, if you want
yes,
to
that's
give an
sort of a
actual,
manifestation of it.
accurate history of the world, you'd always ask someone who had a little bit more lived experience than you. Don't you want to give her some accurate information?
Yes. Everyone else has curses of their own, ranging from the physical to mental to spiritual, and other, maybe more in between manifestations. They'll all tell you about their own, I'm sure.
Interesting.
Yes.
She often you can probably see her gaze like darting down just to like the tattoos on Gideon's chest, and it's like, is the tattoos related to the curse?
Some are. There were attempts for help mitigating the curse using some of these tattoos, but most of them are spell work. Having to do with magics. I have my spells recorded onto my body. That makes it simpler than carrying a spell book, as it were.
That is smart.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wasn't even your idea.
Interesting. And I'm just curious of what was it like for you all these years? There was the thing on the boat, right?
Yes. 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 Well, later as things went on, I discovered that this creature's name was Zabalba. And, well, suffice to say, they were unpleasant, and as things currently stand, as we've discovered now, they're one of the reasons the world is as in bad a state as it is now. So, we're working to stop them.
Oh.
Yes, I could catch you up on all of that, though I should probably finish on the general history before I tell you about sort of the escapades of this group and what they've been trying to stop. A lot to take in, so it's better to take these things one step at a time.
Maybe so, that the escapades do seem important.
Yes, yes.
I feel the need to say as well, I think at the mention of just taking things one step at a time, I feel like that partially might even be for your sake, because the second you start talking a little bit more about your experience, you feel the swirling madness slightly creeping up the back of your neck, and you have to bite it off. Back to history. Back to history.
Yeah.
I should probably try to get you as caught up as possible.
The Zabalba was unpleasant. it's still around.
Yeah, yes, very much a problem. We've learned quite a few startling things about it. One that was psionic, an ability that we didn't think existed anymore, even during our time, and then past that, it is also a lich, as it seems to have figured out and made the theoretical literal, tangible, which is another concern, and I'll very much go into depth on that, but that's, again, another thing that we were trying to stop and plan out for.
Despite the mask, there's not a lot of like movement in her facial expressions that I want to say very distinctly. She just looks mortified. Oh, that's really not good. That you got away from it. You got away from it.
Yes, I was able to eventually get away from it, and I found this party, and we've interacted for quite a bit, and we've just been trying to fix things, as it were.
Good.
And yet, you've gotten nowhere on your own, have you?
I should ask, though, how does... Well, I'm certainly glad to see you. I need to ask how your return relates to what I wish for.
What did you wish for?
Well, I've been having some issues with some spell crafting as of late. Some research, and I asked for, I guess, illumination, as it were, knowledge or direction, suggestions for completion. And I'm not entirely sure how you would relate to that, as things are.
As in a component or things for the spell itself?
Something like that.
I mean, the fact that you're spellcrafting at all is magnificent, for one. But,
Yes.
The last thing I remember was... His name isn't Veldrin anymore, is it? He's a god. What's his name?
Yes. Vigor would be his new moniker.
Vigor. The last thing I remember was him... I was... Would she know the word Starspawn?
Yes.
I was a Starspawn. And he pointed to me and he brought me back out of the Starspawn. I wasn't me, but then I was me again. Yes, there's a...
Starspawn, which relates
There's a...
Pluto, and then Roxanne.
There was a woman there. She was in control of me. And after that, I just remember falling. Huh.
Do you want to roll... First of all, on the topic of the spell and the wish, do you show her any of the work in progress sketches you've been working on?
Oh, no.
Got it. If that's the case, Callie, do you want to roll Arcana at disadvantage to see if you get anything that might lead him?
Certainly. I'm still pretty good at Arcana. Ah, fuck. Okay, well, it's a 17. I rolled a 5 and a 2. That extra tease.
You're thinking for a second. And then there's a tiny, small little inkling of a thought in the back of your mind. You can't let him finish it. You can't let him lose himself.
Huh. Well, These are remarkable, I'll tell you that much. Huh.
Semper. Turnum.
She just kind of like, she keeps like doing things with her hands, just kind of like fidgeting. You. There's a lot that she just really doesn't know how to say. That she just like keeps looking up at Gideon with just like, just worry, just sadness, just fear. What did it? Well, this doesn't make it any better, but I wish I had known. You were a little big for a cradle, but I could have figured something out.
Yes. Well, the world's a complicated place. Oh, at the very least, things worked out as well enough as they did, I suppose.
I suppose so, and I think starting now, we should make things better. Like that. So maybe for illumination, maybe we just need a little more a wider view, maybe. A little more context, a little more maybe finding the ideas in what's around you, something like that. Because these are remarkable, but maybe a little inspiration would do you well. It helps me, well, it did help me back in the day to, sometimes you have to clear your head a little before you come back to it.
I mean, perhaps, although if that's all Feldrin wished to, Vigor, I should say, wished to communicate, he certainly picked a very profound way of carrying that out, all things considered, though I will not complain.
I don't know, but I won't complain either. It's quite nice to be alive. It feels like I missed all the bad stuff. Maybe there's more coming, but a little something to be happy about.
Well, you did catch us at a bit of a calm before the storm, I should say, or perhaps the eye of the storm, considering everything. But as things currently stand, the next couple days should be quiet, with hope.
Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good. And let's make the most of that time, why don't we?
Yes, that's perhaps a good idea.
Gideon, if I may be a little selfish, she kind of stands up and she just like scuttles over towards him a little bit and just like gently rests a paw on top of his head and just pats his head. I wouldn't want to force this on you if you're not entirely certain who I am or what's going on, but can I give you a hug?
well, yeah. Yes, I suppose yes, you could give me a hug, yes. I wouldn't have any issues with that.
And she does so, pulls him into a big hug.
It's... Yeah. I mean, you say what you were gonna say.
Oh, I was just gonna think, I think, Gideon is, like, shocked for a bit as she, like, wraps her arms around him, but I think he does, takes a moment, but he does, in fact, hug back.
And just...
It's so warm.
You grew, but so did I. And I feel like that means something.
Yes, I did. I lived.
You did. I lived, apparently. I live now.
Yes. Bit of a lapse, but yes, you are in fact back. Yes.
Yeah. And so, you're here, I'm here, Lelee is here.
Yes.
And we beat the odds to keep you alive once. So I think, even if this is nothing but a calm before the storm, I'd like to do my best to make sure that that thing doesn't touch you again.
Yes. Yes. I suppose I should also catch you, now that we've sort of covered the world history, catch you up maybe on this group's efforts and how things have gone so far.
Yeah,
I think unintentionally you guys have just not stopped hugging, and eventually it's like a slow detachment as well.
Yeah.
It's kind of just so natural that you guys were just keeping that hug going.
Yeah.
And eventually probably just sit down pretty close.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then I think, I think Gideon, just for conciseness sake, fills her in on, everything.
Yep.
So I guess,
Eventually, I'm assuming you're getting to the point where it talks about what your guys' plans currently are.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you're mentioning something to the effect of, we're thinking of going back to Sepraternum.
Yeah, I fill in the fact that, it was underwater and we think maybe there's something there. They might try something there again, so we may try returning to figure out what's going on there.
While the word Sepraternum is on your lips again at one point to mention it, you hear the loud thumping of heavy footsteps down the stairs as Elian walks into the room and just...
Oh, hello.
It seems that Vigor has granted us the boon of resurrection. If you would like to introduce yourself.
Hello. I didn't know there's a lot of people in this house. Callista Faraday.
Elian Dever, a scientist, a metamorphic ontologist, a studier of curses. Wow, your magic signature is... Whew. Wow.
Ooh.
Sorry, curse. I only see people's magic.
Oh. Ooh, what do I look like?
Like... I'm trying to connect the dots because I used to be able to see it, but I can't. What is it? When does the sky get dark with all the lights?
The stars?
Yes, thank you. That's what they look like. You look like stars and well, I suppose that makes sense. Yeah. Did you help make her, Gideon? Just out of curiosity.
Everyone was participating in star prayers, and I thought I would join in at one point, so I'd asked for help with just some illumination and guidance in creating a spell I was working on, and it seems that Vigor chose a very intense way of bringing that, maybe. I'm not sure. Still, either way.
That explains your magic signature being on here. Lelee's is too. And chronergy, that's...
New rules, new god.
Something like that. Well, I'm sorry for vanishing for the last couple of hours. I guess I was busy. I missed things, clearly.
So did I. You didn't miss as much as I did, trust me.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was originally lost during Sepaternum, so quite a big gap of time.
And Sepaternum is exactly what I wanted to talk to you guys about. I've been thinking of our ways there. Especially if we need to get there before the ceasefire. As I see it, there are starkly few options. A vehicle that can go that fast is not exactly something I think we'd have our hands on through, let's just say, not messy means. It's clear that the Amyloids can get there in time. That's a whole host of other things. Are you aware of the... Has he got you up in the Amyloids?
Did we get to the
I feel like we did. I feel like, yeah, we ran through pretty much everything. I'm just...
Yeah.
I think at this point it helps if you assume everything Charpay knows.
You have? I'm just giving, like, the alien in character. He doesn't know what she knows. Yeah.
Yes, rudimentary, yes.
Okay. That's the messy option. But you're here. I was going to say maybe, Gideon, if you remembered a teleportation circle, but I'm imagining that your memory would be pretty fuzzy on the matter, but if you are freshly reincarnated from Sepaternum, maybe your memory is a bit more intact.
Ooh.
That could be an option, though I don't know how intact a teleportation circle would be. Basically what I'm getting at is our options are limited. Teleportation circle, or, well, we'll call it the fun option, but I don't think it's that fun.
What's fun about it?
Prospect of hijacking a giant ship is admittedly a little bit interesting to me, but also I'm not happy if we do have to go back onto one of those things.
Yes.
Especially because they're all designed for different purposes. We don't exactly know what would be on each individual ship.
Are those really the only two options? Teleportation or... I mean, if someone invented the flying machines, surely someone else has a flying machine who's not Bulba. Right?
Maybe this is a group discussion.
Yes. Oh yeah, they're all in the kitchen. They're making intense amounts of tea, I was told.
Elian's just gonna walk past you both, and is gonna, as he turns, is gonna turn around once again and get a look at Callie, and it's just gonna go, huh. Things never cease to amaze me about this party. Okay. Group discussion time. Sepaternum walks into the kitchen where, as I was told, the party was, as you guys were talking in DM, into the group chat, apparently you guys were baking a little cake and some cookies, so you have been absolutely working on that. And there is a small spread of little, I'd say some breads. You guys are working on the wood-firing oven, and Melania is teaching you all how to make bread. There's some failed attempts, a lot of failed attempts, but there are some relatively decent-looking rolls as you guys make it into the room.
I think Lelee has, like, some of the cookies, and is just eating them on the ceiling, because she wants to annoy Aros by getting crumbs on him. Just for flavor. Just for fun. Just like, so. We know teleportation, or?
That's the big question.
If we can find an intact circle, that would be one of the most ideal options, yes.
Okay. What are the options? You guys are the plan guys.
As far as I can tell, we're limited to teleportation, which has a chance of failure, especially if Sepaternum has changed as much as we think it has, teleportation circle, which we'd also have to be ready for in case the terrain truly has changed, i.e. is underwater, or amyloid. They can clearly get there in time.
Are we talking the broken one in the forest, or
I
hitching
don't
a
think
ride
that
on...
one's functional.
Alright, so hitching a ride on the ones in the sky.
Yes.
I mean, I did sit in that seat, so we at least know it's possible to do it
That
without getting
one's the
corrupted.
least ideal of all the options.
Yeah.
I mean, without getting corrupted. As long as you already don't have eyes. They plug into your eyes. Socket. So, yeah, that might not actually be ideal, because I
And we're
can't
not-
see while I'm driving.
And we're not even sure if you could drive it even when you are connected. We don't even... For all we know, that connection with the eyes is what allows them to operate in the first place.
Oh yeah, I did lie to it. I
Not to
told it I was a
mention-
Minotaurudi, and it believed me.
Not to mention Zabulba likely has access to all of these ships at once. We hijack one, it finds out it can come right to our location. I have no doubt about that.
If you can't take remote
did-
control or anything like
did
that
do-
either.
Yeah, it did do that.
So teleportation
There's
or
another
teleportation
option.
circle. Oh, what was that?
I hope.
There's another option that none of us are gonna like.
Shoot.
The Pangea.
That's...
I
Well, that's
know.
just not an option, Lelee, as we've discussed.
I
Grimoire is Genesis, and
Yes, but I don't know if he
Or
knows
know that we know that-
Yeah. Because, I mean, he's had us fooled for God knows how long. I don't know if he knew that.
But then
if
we'd
he...
immediately be going to Sepulturnum. How do we cover that up?
yes.
Girl.
We're trying to return Callie to their homeland?
Even
The
revealing
underwater
Callie-
one?
Even revealing Callie
Yeah,
could
that-
be a bad idea. Callie right now is a boon to us, probably unknown by almost all of the major players.
Especially considering with the precipice out of the picture for the most part, they've got no way to get. Well, they do have a way, but they have lost a huge advantage in the ocean. And if they
That's
know
not-
she's here,
And for reasons that I can't get into, for a variety of magical reasons, we can't even be sure the Pangea itself will get us there.
Right.
okay.
Sure, the Pangea is the biggest fan of me, I'll be honest.
That too.
Yeah.
So we're back to
okay.
teleportation or teleportation circle.
Oh, at the very least, the Pangea
Would the
would
process
be
be
busy
like?
with...
Teleport there?
Can I?
Process of teleportation depends on the spell. If we use the teleport spell, we hopefully would have access to a working teleportation circle, but if not, then it's honestly up to chance. Unless someone
I can't
magically...
imagine.
Unless someone had something that was in there... I mean, something from Sepulturnum that was there 6 months ago. It's not that big of a time frame, and I doubt we do.
Can I
No.
talk? Can I ask my mom? Can I ask Ilariel?
Yeah.
Yeah,
for
I'm
what?
gonna go to the corner and just
Yeah.
were there ever any teleportation circles off the island?
Teleportation circles to the academy.
Yeah, do you know where they were? Did you ever use them?
Grand one in the main hall.
Where did they go?
To the Tempor Conversus Academy.
So... Okay, so it went from the Tempor Conversus Academy. Did it leave Sepulturnum?
It's a teleportation circle.
Yeah, it's teleportation circles. As long as you have the runes, you can connect to it. It's like
Lily doesn't
Wi-Fi.
know.
No, I know.
Lily doesn't know.
No, she doesn't know where any.
Okay.
She doesn't know where any of these locations
yeah,
are. So
sorry.
she's basically just like it went from the academy to the Tempor whatever thing.
I don't recall what it looks like, though. It's all spirals in my mind.
So that's okay, Mom. So it. Can I, like, I'm gonna turn to Gideon and I'm gonna rattle off, because she said, like, it was located in 2 different locations, right?
There was a bunch, there's like
Yeah.
so many.
Yeah.
I think Gideon is like the teleportation scrolls at the academy could work if. Callie, do you remember any of them?
How do I remember? Do I roll to remember?
History at advantage because you were the
Okay.
one who was like, yeah.
Yeah,
It was
I
very
gonna say-
recent, too.
Yeah, you saw them. From your perspective, you saw them like a couple days ago, and then you
Yeah.
died.
Yeah, 18 history.
Yeah.
Yeah. As Ilariel mentioned, in the Tempor Conversus Academy, which is where you guys both went to school, in the main grand hallway on the floor, there was a giant teleportation circle where students would come in the morning. That is, if they knew teleport to get into school. You and Gideon always walked.
Yeah. There was one. I never used it, but I saw it every day. What do we need of it? Do we need to recreate it? Do we need what it looked like?
If we could get a drawing, that would be amazing.
Yes.
Okay. I can try that.
Elian just grabs the map that's already been scribbled to death on and turns it to the other side.
I need an implement that is not too tiny in my hand.
He gives a pen. It's an orcish pen, so it's a bit bigger than your typical pen.
I will make do.
Callie have opposable thumbs?
Yes!
She does.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't hurt to check. I don't know.
Look at the art then! Wait, her thumbs are not really visible.
I think she
This
does.
is your fault.
It's on me.
Yeah, with her tiny pen in her giant hand, she will try her best to remember what it looked like, all the little details.
Great. I have teleportation circle as a spell. Is that our
Okay.
only option? Is that how that works? Hang on. I need to check if that's how that works, or if it's just teleport. I think you just draw the circle with teleportation circle.
Okay.
Such that links to a permanent one of your choice. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you can just go to ones that have already been opened.
Okay. I'm not entirely familiar with the spell. What happens if the teleportation circle has been disrupted or destroyed or not used in 126 years?
Theoretically, I think it just wouldn't work.
Okay, that's fine then. Nothing happening is a fairly good outcome.
Thankfully, it's not
We
like
can try it.
teleport where we can get shunted to who knows where.
Aha. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. Might as well
Finish
give it a
with
try.
that? Yeah, alright. Elian reaches into his pocket, throws a chalk at Gideon. Start working.
Yeah, Gideon gets to work.
Two of them get in the middle of the floor and start etching it out. Melania just turns around. I mean, the basement had a free floor, but yeah, you can do it here. You guys are going to Sepulturnum, yeah?
That seems to be the plan.
Alright, if this
If it
location is
works.
underwater, are we prepared for that?
That's what I was about to say. I've heard your guys thinking about it. And
Yeah.
she is going to... she's been busy working in the kitchen, like, this whole time you've been at her hut. I've been mentioning that. And she is going to reach underneath in a cabinet and is going to gesture her fingers down. Compliments of the witch of this shack. A array of greater health potions for everyone. Everyone gets one. And a water breathing potion for everyone.
Yay!
Yay! I mean, Callie doesn't need one, so she probably just hands hers to Elian.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Well,
Lelee
she only
doesn't
made
either,
one.
so
She didn't make any for you. Like, she made one for Elian because she didn't know that you were going to exist.
Oh, never mind. Well, she
She's
still
been
gives it to
making
Elian.
these.
Actually.
Yeah, so
I don't know
she
how to
starts-
say.
She starts handing them around. I would come with,
I think-
but by the way that things sound in your minds, you might want someone here at least having a little bit of a lookout on Wandermere. I have the sending spell, so if anything happens here, I should give you all some sort of warning. Does that sound good?
Yes, that should work.
Great. And, hey, I lost a lot of my family history, when my parents escaped the fall. If you find anything about the Fairwind family, could you tell me about it?
Yes. If we find anything, we'll certainly let you know.
Don't worry about it. I'll probably be looking a little bit too.
Is there any chance Callie would know anything about the Fairwinds? Would she ever
I don't think
have
so.
ever met a Fairwind? Okay.
I don't think
Fair
you
enough.
have.
She visibly does her best to think, but comes up with nothing.
The last few chalk marks are made on the ground. Okay. Now or never. This works, and we're in Sepraturnum. Water potion first, or...
That would most
Callista.
I mean,
right? You said you can go underwater?
Oh, yes, yes.
You could take the teleportation circle and then immediately come back and tell us if it's underwater. Does that sound good?
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
Okay. Step in the middle. See if this works.
Okay. She takes a big bear paw step into the middle. I imagine she kind of she shifts her weight so she's just standing on one foot so she can be exactly in the middle because she's bigger than the sigil.
Step in the middle. Alien takes a deep breath. Oh, please work. Places his hands together. On. You can tell it's not a perfect match of the teleportation circle, and you see as the magic is starting to curl up the inwards of it to try and make the connection. There's some parts that are struggling to fully translate, but eventually you start seeing the chalk on the ground morphing into the right shape. Come on. Please work. Until eventually, the last few bits of filigree holy shit. You're in.
Did it work?
He claps his fingers together and a beam of light through the room, and Callie vanishes.
You did it!
Fucking worked. It fucking worked.
You did it!
Now the question is, what's on the other side? As you appear on the other side, Callie, you feel a thick fog around you and hear something off in the distance. The first thing that strikes you is that there is no water. You hear a sound cutting through the fog. Sound of the slow strumming of a monochord, an instrument. There's a bit of dust in the air. Fog actually might not even be the right word for it. It's something closer to a blizzard, but Sepraturnum never gets snowfall. At least, it didn't. Until the fall. When things are atomized by an overwhelming force, there is nothing for them to turn into other than dust. You hear the sound of flames in the distance. But the big thing is when you look up. You're in a sinkhole. Sepraturnum didn't collapse underwater. It grew underground. Surrounded by raw edges that look more like islets now, only blackened stone and obsidian remain. And water does indeed flow around the sides into this great cavern that you find yourself in. They crawl out like veins into the great catacombs. Perhaps it collapsed to make room for the mass grave, or to hide underground from the living flame that never sleeps above. And the music comes from further down the catacombs, wailing distantly. Until it just suddenly stops. You look down. You are in the middle of a lake where the waterfall trails in from the surface down into the caverns. The caverns stretch thousands of feet down into the earth, but you can still see up through the giant sinkhole that makes up just the general exterior ridge. There are bricks around you, crawling up the ruins of everything. And there's something interesting about them. They're petrified and blanched in white and stained by a flooding of deep purple light, giving them a distinct bright darkness. But what also strikes you about them is the placement on the walls of what amounts to a giant outstretched cavernous sinkhole surrounding you. The bricks stretch up and down the walls in ways nobody sane or of reasonable mind would place. And they've not fallen into place either. No. These are the bricks that once lined the Tempore Conversus Academy, but they were never arrayed in this manner. They have moved in, of their own volition, to fill the space. They grew. They spread, like a cancer amidst the dirt, held together with a lacquer of arcane fallout. Gothic arches stretch like weeds, Romanesque pillars and Carolingian ballisticas and naves lead nothing but to more wall. Torches grow like tumors on the wall, kept alight by the fire that still seems to drip down from topside. And in the middle of this lake, you're on a platform a little bit on the side off that has this teleportation rune on it and is miraculously floated above the water, perfectly intact. But in the middle of this lake is a giant pile. Strange, trashed, deer-like things? Vehicles? Creatures? They're massive, but are dwarfed by the sheer size of this place. And they're all flush against one another. They've crashed. From the description Gideon gave, these must be the amyloids. And the blood that falls out from them swirls like oil against the arcane fallout water, flush against the rest of the lake. The upper edges of the wall that lean inward over the entrance are hanging with glowing crystals that drop small drips of what looks like stars down into the water. It gives the impression that the upper cave's wall are a galactic sky. These are the ruins of the capital city of Yeldore. These are the ruins of all that is left of Sepulturnum. Ruins are supposed to be shrunken, desolate. The shrunken and tiny version of a once grand place, but somehow Sepulturnum has grown. You're brought back. You all see a very dry Callista return.
Okay. Not underwater.
Okay.
It's all underground. It's well, you'll be able to see for yourself. They must have been the amyloids you were telling me about, but they were crashed.
Crashed.
Yes.
Huh.
And there was music. It was mostly fog, and there was music in the distance that stopped after a while, but it must mean that there's somebody
What
there.
What instrument? Piano?
No, it's would you know what a monochord is?
Monochord.
Yeah, it's a
Thingy.
monochord.
So,
Which is quite a whimsical instrument. Or something so threatening.
not piano then. Oh, probably not from the boba?
No, that does beg the question of from what and
From who?
Yes, and if they're the same as what crashed the amyloid.
You told me that curses can be anything, right? The
More or less, yes.
the bricks of the wreckage of the academy, it looked like it was growing of its own volition, kind of spiraling out of control. And so I don't know how many people are there or who was playing that song, but it's a bit troubling.
So, the bright side, the fact that there is a teleportation circle there, makes things significantly easier. It means that, barring any threats we may encounter in there, we could leave and exit at our leisure.
Right, yes.
As for everything else, I mean, I guess all that's left to do is why, who, start checking off those questions.
Yes.
All we could do is take the first step, right?
That's right. And I wouldn't want whoever's in there to think we're threatening, and so I was wondering if I should say something, but I decided against it.
Yes, that's the right call before we know who, in fact, is in there. Or what.
Well, only one thing we can do. Gestures to the circle. Who first?
I see somebody you can see.
I'd be happy to go again if you'd like.
I mean, this is
Maybe
mostly
I
just...
should
Yeah, go for it.
go first. If we're worried about who might, about attacks or anything, then perhaps if I go first, I could sit down wards or protections, and then you follow.
Alright. Gestures you up.
And then, yeah, I guess Gideon just sort of gets in there.
Hear the monochord. And see what Callie did. All that I described before is in front of you. The city of Yeldore. The ruins. They're so big.
Sort of, I guess Gideon sort of scopes out the area, see if there's anything threatening around.
Roll perception.
Alright. Alright, that is a 23.
You take your first step, as in you move your foot a little bit just to begin looking around the area, but the second that your foot moves, the monochord stops playing. You probably stiffen for a second as well, but then eventually continue your survey of the lands. What did you get, sorry?
23.
There are small holes carved into the walls here and there, cracks that seem to lead to more empty space behind the walls. Down the way, there is a direction that the Blood River rushes, the Blood and Arcane Fallout. All this water, by the way, is just straight Arcane Fallout. Like the shit that's infesting Lelee. And about higher up, about 60 feet in the air, there is a single double door without a staircase to reach it. And behind you is a great waterfall of more of this fallout. You see the giant pileup of all of these amyloids. You can catch about 7 of them, based on the parts. They are sunk very deep under the water. On a small nearby island of brick and rubble, you see something fleshy sprawled across the rocks, a hand reaching forward that has been petrified in place. It's a Mind Flayer's corpse. And as you're scanning this room, you make eye contact with the wall. Or rather, you see the gloss of a pupil in one of the cracks. Has to be over the size of your head based on how it sits behind the wall's engrave, and a stripe down its center is glazed in a cataract that just barely ripples out from its center. You've made eye contact. There's no movement from it, and it is not blinking.
Yeah, Gideon's just trying to figure out what this thing is, and he's just sort of, I guess, staring at it, trying to figure out exactly the horror he's looking at right now.
It seems to be doing the same thing to you. But all you see is the pupil. It's the only thing that is not obscured by the wall.
Then I think Gideon sort of tentatively speaks and says, "Can you understand me?"
The pupil moves away from the hole, and you hear a horrible clatter of movement behind the walls that circles all the way around this giant entrance until it's at the closest wall towards you. I'm assuming you follow the noise.
Yeah.
And this time, see the eye through a bigger crack in the rubble, so now you see the iris, which has been stricken by iridodialysis, which is the separation of the iris from the pupil. It's like the iris droops down inward.
Yeah.
And in another nearby hole, though perhaps not near enough for you to be able to clock the anatomy of this thing, see a set of 3 webbed fingers, long, with fingertips that pop out of place and reveal long flowing tendrils with small glowing clubbed bulbs at their ends like an elongated anglerfish appendage. And those 3 things fall onto the ground and start skittering forward on the bit of land at the edge of this lake area and then dip under the water where those tendrils that are extending them like a fishing line just keep going. There's rummaging under the water. The ripples of where these things are moving are heading towards you.
Oh, yeah, I think that Gideon's definitely preparing. I'm gonna, as this is happening, I think, let me make sure it works this way, but I was gonna cast Comprehend Languages. I can't remember if that's just written, though.
Tongues might be the speech one.
Okay, yeah, for the duration, you understand the literal meaning of any spoken language you hear.
Got it.
Which is, so that's part of it. I think tongues is what would let me talk back, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you spoke in common to it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I think I would have tried Elven, actually.
Are you gonna try it?
Yeah.
I think
I think
you started with common
first, and I'll try again with an Elven.
So as you see those things dipping underwater, you speak again in Elven. Do you understand me? You see the ripple stop.
Mm-hmm.
Dive under the water. There's a moment of pause. The iris has not moved from your location, and it's not blinked. You hear something under the water. Dragging. As the riffles surface near again, and these tendril fingertips heave something upon the land in front of you. You have to step back to make room for it. As they drag upon the shore in front of you, keep attached to an elongated sword hilt that alone stands at your full height. And the rest of the sword is hidden behind what has been fused or grown from it. Brick, crystals, bone. You see the whole form of a mind flayer stitched up in crystal to the side of the blade, its antlers twisting into the sword itself. It is a giant grafted mess. And on the hilt is near intelligible Elvish, unintelligible, rather.
Mm.
It's dripping with arcane fallout, but that glowing fingertip tendril taps it and casts a perfectly competent prestidigitation and removes the beads of Arcana. Slides back under the water and with a snap of movement fully retracts back into the hand, which then once again recedes under the wall, and the eye moves to the side and starts looking at you from another opening.
Did it leave the sword there?
Yep.
I guess I'll approach it and see if I can try to. Can I? Do you think it is like? Is it unintelligible? Just in like, there's not enough there to even read anything,
Not enough to
or
even read out of it.
I guess I'll investigate the sword. Maybe.
Yeah.
Try and figure out what the hell I'm looking at right now.
What do you want to roll for this?
Well, considering all the stuff fused to it, seems almost magical in nature. So I was gonna say Arcana, but
Do it. Run that shit. Soon, guys, we'll get you all through the portal. Bro is looking at a sword.
See, that is a 26.
As you get closer to it and investigate it a bit more in depth, you see something you recognize. That being the look of what is referred to as an elf blade. You'd see their strange and ornate hilts and glowing blades held by the astral elves that acted as Veldrin's personal collective and honor guard. And they had always been rumored to have been directly creations of V, the Future Seer. An old legend that Veldrin would always nervously glance aside at the mention of, who you now probably put together would have been the Veldrin from the past that contacted this one.
Yeah.
Some of the more lighthearted astral elves would let kids speak to their blades. The weapons are sentient, after all. You just have to touch them.
Then I guess Gideon reaches out to touch the hilt of the blade.
You grip onto it.
Mm-hmm.
Feel a knock at your arcane ward, keeping telepathy out.
I guess I'll open the door to hear what this is.
Young elf. I've not felt the touch of you all in such time.
Speaking in Elvish.
Not since I was wielded in the hands of a great warrior against the fell god. I fear my connection to my wielder Saurus has since been severed upon his demise. Given the circumstances, though, find me at the service of thee. For young elves must survive, as must their legacies and creation. Such is my duty to assist in any way. Who is wielding me?
During my time on Sepulturnum, I was known by the name of Gideon Gibraltar.
The Gibraltar House.
Yes.
We were given instruction in the Honor Guard to keep our eye on the children of Sepulturnum. I do recall us having a file on you, due to both your innate magical capabilities, granting you into the academy at such a young age, but also there was concern at your presence at school. You'd often show up, exhausted. Not a common thing for elves.
Well, it's a consequence of how things were at the time, though I'd like to focus on the present. Are you aware of what's happened here after the fall, the destruction?
Unfortunately, when Saurus dropped me in the conflict, I was lost amongst the rubble. However, I've seen glimpses of what has happened before I was flooded under here. Things were relatively normal for quite some time, actually. The island still burned, of course, but it was at least still an island. But no, I,
apologize. Time has become more trivial when you've been away for so long, unwielded. But
Yes.
things changed. Well, I would reckon to put it between the range of maybe a couple of years, maybe just one, something along that. It appears I can't project my typical displays of dunamantic ability through my current condition.
Yes, I notice there seems to be all manner of debris and refuse fused to your blade. Do you, sir, know a way for me to undo this that you would be aware of?
I am not aware, my friend. Such, perhaps, would have to be, well, perhaps the only way at this point to return me to my former glory would have to be through the use of something dunamantic, energy. I am afraid that I have been stretched, as you can see.
Yes. Can I do another? I was gonna ask to do another Arcana check to see if there's a way to remove this from the blade, or even why it's fused to the blade.
Yeah.
Cool.
As you're looking into it, it does, like, for a second, it goes, I fear I have yet to introduce myself. You have introduced yourself. I may as well give you the same pleasure. Arfarin Kieran, the Art Blade, is my name. And
It's a pleasure to meet you.
with that Arcana, which was what?
32.
32? By the way, Gideon's just been gone. You guys are just, like, watching the portal. Gideon's just up talking to a sword.
Sure, he's fine.
So, with 32, considering it's been underneath a lake of pure arcane fallout, you get the sense that it has been corroded and filled in with pure arcana. It's been morphed. The contact with this much noxious arcane fallout has warped it beyond belief and grafted whatever was closest to it towards it. It was growing. It was tumorous. I'll just straight up call it a magical cancer. That's basically what it is.
Yeah. And do I have, and as I sort of investigate it magically, is there any sort of illumination I gain, and maybe how to deal with this, work on it, fix it, or anything like that?
It would take a lot of work. Mending and breaking. Some things are just straight up fused to the metal. Creation spells, maybe transmutation could help. But it's very... It's bad. Perhaps sending it back through time in some way could fix it, but where it stands, it's just been thoroughly warped.
Yes.
I fear the nature of my resting place was flooded by corrupted magics.
Yes. That seems to be the case for what's happened.
Well, such is a shame. It appears then, if that's the case, then I may not be able to aid you in ways I wish I could, such as you wielding me.
Yes, though. I must ask, do you know what manner of creature brought you out to me? It had to grab your handle to bring you here, though I don't know if you would necessarily be able to make a connection with it.
I can only detect fully and speak with elves. Those who grab me are not able to connect with me. As such, I feel disconnected from them, so I apologize. It does not appear to have been an elf. But beyond that, I do not know.
Alright then. I guess I'll keep my hand on the blade, but is the creature still observing me through cracks in the wall?
Yeah.
I think I'll turn to it, and I'll just say in Elvish, why did you bring the sword to me?
I forgot what we looked like. You hear more skittering, this time up the wall, to where there is an open portion where you actually see it emerge.
Yeah.
It's massive. Eyes the size of your head. Shriveled, yet massive body with egregiously long arms that dip down into the arcane fallout, even from atop this place it's curled itself up onto. Long, wet hair dripping with crystal growths sops over its face. Despite the disheveled, monstrous look, it has braids in its hair. And a crooked, faded academy pin fused to its chest. Which, too, has been fused with the fabrics she wore. Its eyelids close sideways, but aren't big enough to properly coat the center of its eyes with fluid, hence the streaks of cataract down precisely the middle of its eyes. Stretching out of the side of its head are ears far too long and pointed. Its jaw is cracked and immovable, so its gills speak instead, in Elvish, your Elvish, old Elvish. I forgot. Mad and messy and filthy and hurt and disgusting. I want the mirror to stop showing me what could have been, because we all know there's two outcomes for elves. Death, or a disgraceful metamorphosis. Horrible mirrors. Change, or die. So I don't have to see the visions of your fake peace. We're doomed. You're not real. The art blade spoke to you like you're an elf.
I am an elf.
Then you are not real.
I imagine you've been down here for quite a while, so this all may seem very confusing, disorienting, unreal, but I assure you I'm real. Other elves escaped the fall. I was there, I saw.
You're not. That's the truth. Because elves all have the same fate.
Yes, change or die is what you said, yes? Well, I would say I'm quite, maybe not as visually as you, but I'm quite changed from what I once was.
You have
in all
something
manner of
worse
ways.
in you. You have something worse in you. I know it. I know it.
Regardless of anything I mean, you no harm.
You take the false visage of something that is together, something that is not together. It's impossible. We're doomed. But the art blade spoke to you. It didn't talk to the others. They were much worse. Terrible horns. Terrible metamorphosis. It's okay. The mad wolf got to them.
Wolf?
It howls. Can hear it. Sometimes it sounds like strings. But if you listen closer, it's screaming. And if it stops, seeing you, like I saw you. But it's okay.
Monochord hasn't.
You're not real. Right?
Monochord has stopped. Stopped the second you moved.
If it hasn't hurt you yet, then maybe you're safe. After all, look at what it did to the horned ones.
Points at the amyloids.
Hmm. And do you know where this wolf is right now?
Hmm. If I were to guess, I would say in the caverns.
Points lazily behind it towards the waterfall.
You don't know about the secret.
Hmm. And is this wolf another changed elf?
I am not an elf. I'm a disgrace.
Alright then. But is it a changed one?
I don't know. I spoke to the mushrooms once, and they had quite the many things to say about it, but I don't remember what they said. I don't remember much things. Hello, class! Today we are going to be learning about how to do wrist pocket. Would you come up to the front of the class and demonstrate? Would you come up to the front of the class and demonstrate?
Yeah, I think Gideon's about to do something really stupid. I think he sees, this what was once an elf to mine gone, scattered, and he thinks of the destroyed amyloids, dead illithids, and I think Gideon steps further away from the teleportation circle, and I think he going to approach the waterfall. Because I think currently he's working off the hypothesis that maybe whatever hasn't attacked him yet, but because he's an elf. But he has no idea how it'll react to the rest of the party.
Sir Gibraltar, before you go in, are you sure? Corrupted magics.
I have some number of wards in place and things that could help alleviate and protect from these sorts of things, but I do understand your concern. The issue is...
I used to be able
Yes.
to give boons to people who wielded me. I could attempt to give you one. Though if you're certain of facing this, then...
My main concern is that I plan on bringing companions here. And I'm currently working off the hypothesis that this creature, which struck down entire amyloids, has not attacked me yet, possibly because I'm an elf. That is a fact that does not stretch to most of my party. And in fact, if it targets beings such as the illithids, it may take aggression against some of them.
You're very smart. Mr. Gibraltar, can you come to the front of the class and demonstrate how to use Fortune's favor?
She kind of just tilts her head to the side and then falls forward off into the arcane fallout and swims over towards the shore and...
Are you going to come swim with me?
Am I gonna have to swim to get to the arcane fallout?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do I think my ward will help protect me from this, my arcane ward?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Arcana.
Arcana.
Once again, everyone's just like
30.
eating bread. Okay, 30?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you get the sense, probably. Seems
And
to
I think
fuck with direct contact. It wouldn't be direct contact on you.
if that's the case, I think Gideon steps into the water. And I'm guessing
Slowly.
the crafted blade is too large to carry.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Then yeah. But yeah, he goes into the water.
Stay safe. Young elf. You enter in. You feel the pressure of the water against your ward trying to seep in, but it's bounced off. Oh, yes, it's wonderful. You're swimming with me. You're swimming with me. Ah. Many things here can't swim, but I can. She swims forward. And then eventually passes underneath the waterfall. You see like all of it fall on her hair, and you see her hair grow and grow as it does, and her neck kind of falls backwards as she dips under again. You push forward, swim underneath it too, feeling it rain upon you. It's actually a quite light drizzle. It's not too, like, tumultuous of a waterfall.
Yeah.
As you make your way through, see her heaving as she drags herself onto land. She's gotten, let's just say, worse.
Yeah.
You step up next to her.
Yep.
It's like that thing in Adventure Time Shoko, where she just heaves herself out of the water and just...
Yeah.
Hey, I don't think I can move anymore. Sorry. I don't think we can swim.
Gideon proceeds onwards.
Yeah.
Oh, you're leaving without me. Oh, no. I'm alone again. Yay.
And you proceed forward. You look, see behind the waterfall there is a opening into a cavern. Covered in mushrooms. No sign of whatever was playing the monochord. But for a second, you see a reflective thing sheen as you slightly shift your vision. 2 pinprick sets of reflective kind of canine eyes way further back in the cave.
Gideon makes eye contact and proceeds forward at a slow but steady pace. And just, I think he just says
It's back
in Elvish, do you understand me?
It's quiet. Your monochord again. And then it stops. That's it.
I think Gideon's gonna try casting comprehend languages on himself. Just see if maybe that translates the monochord sound to anything, and then he's gonna just say, I mean you no harm. Can you speak?
I know you don't.
Do you have a name?
I did. I think you know. You should go.
I can't. I'm the people here, the remnants living still, are all in incredible danger.
Gideon, listen to me. I can't control myself long anymore.
I'm quite sorry if you're someone I knew on Sepraturnum. I'm not entirely sure. Comprehend languages doesn't give me the tenor of your voice, so I'm not entirely sure who I'm speaking to right now.
Did she get to the shore? Did she get to safety?
Do you mean Lelee?
Did she get to the shore?
She did. She's an adult now.
My cradle worked.
And then, yeah. Gideon sort of stares for a bit and says, "Is it you, Lens?"
Don't know anymore. It's so hard to be me.
Keep conscious if you can, but more of those things. The creature with horns and the ships are coming.
They've been coming, and I've been stopping them.
Yes, and even more are on their way, and they intend to carry out a second attack on Sepraturnum.
That's why you need to go.
I need to. Are there any left who still have their wits about them down here? Even those that don't, we need to find safety for them.
Can't go
or warn them.
I can't go near them anymore. But they are here. We are here. The Devarim, and her. Oh my great. Oh my great.
I think Gideon takes a couple more steps forward and says,
No, you shouldn't.
What's going on? What's happened to you?
I'm horrible now. Too big, and I'm too strong. The coat I had, wolf cloak, it's me now, and I can't stop it anymore. I can't. It's hard. We fought them off when they first came. Stole things, the three of them, but they brought something worse. Them.
Do you remember what did they bring?
Corruption. I don't know. I can't think anymore. You need to go. I need to rend you.
Can I make out any of Lens's forms from where I'm currently standing?
Massive. Indeed. Wolfish in appearance. Nearly 4 times your size, gargantuan. Can hardly fit in this tunnel. The purple goggles he used to wear are now fused to his eyes, which gives them that reflective canine sheen. Teeth is just dripping with arcane fallout. And he's trying to keep his jaw shut. Like, it keeps opening in just like this raw, aching hunger.
I think Gideon starts to take a couple steps back a little bit slowly. And just says, okay.
I can go as far away from you as I can. If you need to stay. If I try to hurt you, then you need to put me down like the dog I am.
We trying to fight something that's going on here.
Not.
And we're trying to maybe I have some companions who would like to come down here, but they're not elves, and
I will try
some of
not
them are
to hurt them.
similar, but they aren't actually the creatures you've been fighting here, though they may have a similar signature.
I can hardly stop myself from coming and hurting you. Bring them here, but I will run far away. I can't guarantee I won't attack you.
Okay. I'll be back, Lens. Just give me some time to figure things out. And I think Gideon starts, backing away back to the entrance of the cave. He doesn't turn his back, though.
Yeah, you see him, start forward and then immediately stop.
Yeah.
Giant hand shaking. Take steps back from you. Snarling noises.
Look for the luminary.
He turns and runs further down the catacombs to try and get as far away from you as possible.
I think as Lens runs away, Gideon turns around and then makes his way back to the teleportation circle, probably fairly quickly. He's probably jogging, misty stepping, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, the corrupted, sea elf girl's gone.
Yeah.
Make your way back.
And I guess if there's nothing stopping me, I'll see back through the portal.
Gideon reappears.
Oh. Okay, I was starting to get worried. Hello.
Oh my god! Don't fucking
What
do
took
that
you so
again!
long?
That's how you died.
It was a bit of a shock. It seems that much of the arcane fallout from the attacks coalesced down there, and it seems that a great number of elves didn't die, but were mutated. Corrupted by the raw arcane. Changed. Morphed.
Ah.
Which
Did you set up the ward?
No, I haven't because, well, if I'm being honest, currently we don't have to worry about amyloids or elephants being down there because one of the corrupted elves has seen fit to take care of them as they've approached.
Is on their own?
Yes, he's quite a bit bigger than he was now. Very lupine due to the corruption. But I don't know if we can go back there. He had some semblance of sentience, but he barely held himself back from attacking me because he recognized me. But considering the rest of you aren't elves, and some of us, like Alice, are similar to the creatures, I'm not entirely sure if he could stop himself, and I'm not entirely sure if we could stop him given his current form.
Is it not something you could contain? Is there big red box
Theoretically,
spells?
yes, it would work temporarily at least.
No matter what, we've confirmed that there's people there. Even if there is this strong of a protector of sorts.
There are, and that's what they're
I
corrupted,
know, but
lost their minds, but there's still people
there's still people
living there.
So we need to ensure their safety. Can't just leave them to fend for themselves.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm not sure what to do here. If we were to give him the mercy he desires, that would also leave them with that protector, and frankly, things currently stand, I'm not sure how long we could even be in the same space as him, and that's not even to mention the almost certain attack that's going to happen after the wedding, at the wedding.
Did he tell you anything else?
Had a hard time keeping things straight. He said something about a luminary, right? Just out of character?
He said, find the luminary.
he mentioned he said to find the luminary.
Maybe that's something that can help.
Hopefully,
Have
but
any idea what that is?
I'm assuming me and Callie don't know, and that's
No,
not some
no
sort of
clue.
elf
No
thing.
clue.
Yeah,
Nope.
no.
Hmm.
Not that I'm aware of. That certainly maybe a figure that's been corrupted down there, or an object. I'm not sure. I communicated with an elven archblade, but it's also been corrupted by the Umbra. It wasn't of much. Didn't know much. I think I'll try bringing it back to the portal if I can, but I don't even know if it'll fit in here. It's had quite a bit grafted to it, because of the warp.
We can't just leave them.
No. But I'm not sure how to protect them either.
Find the luminary. Whatever it is. If the protector currently of Sepulturnum says it could help, then...
Yeah. But as things currently stand, the only people I know that would be able to survive down there would most likely be me. Maybe Callie? If he recognizes her still. Lelee? But everyone else... Again, barely held back from attacking me. I don't know how to react to anyone else here.
Wait, do we know who it is?
Yes, well, we do. It's Lens. And then Gideon turns to Lelee and says, his full name is Lens Lanoval.
Lome.
Lome, sorry. Fuck, I'm so bad. All the L names mess me up. Lome. And he, he's a relative of yours.
Not that I'm suggesting that we go in unprepared, but he was the one trying to bring you to safety, Lelee. And
he's alive?
As though he's been changed quite a bit.
Aros knows calm emotions. Maybe if we can get the opportunity, at least try and calm it long enough to run. That, or, I hate to say it, have seemed magical in nature. Have an anti-magic pulse. Points at Aros.
We don't know what that would do to them.
I know.
Do to him.
It's
At the very
also not-
least, let me ask this. Is he right there when we go out?
No, he was lurking behind a waterfall in a cave, but he's run further into them to stay away. At the very least, he's trying to stay away to not hurt us.
Then we might have an opening now, and not later. To at least get somewhere safe where maybe he can't reach, or to be hidden.
Yaksha.
from him.
Yes.
You mentioned you were druidic. Do you know any spells that may help with animals?
I can speak with them, but other than that, not directly.
Okay.
I can at the very least hide us. Us without traced. You can sneak by.
That would certainly be helpful. I think... Yes, I think that would help. I think... Yes, no, you're right, Helene. I think if we have an opportunity, we should take it. Ellen, do you know teleport?
I do.
Okay, then don't use it. Keep that spell slot reserved. We go in, and if Lens approaches at any point, you can return us. And I can too. I just wanted to make sure you could as well. All right.
Well then. Now or never?
Yes, now or never.
let's do
Gonna
it.
cast Pass Without Trace on the whole party.
Shadow falls over everyone. Alright, everyone. Get in. And as you all go to stand within the teleportation circle, we're gonna end this session off here. Woo.
Everybody needs to know I was in Dean's DM during that half bit, basically doing the "We're so back, we're so back, it's so Jover" on loop about if it was Lens or not. I was just repeating it.
Can we get a fucking? Can we get a motherfucking awoo?
We even got a Tony. We got a Tony. Awoo. We got a Tony question of the day answer.
Dude, that man says wolf all the time. What do you mean? Every
I
day
don't
it's
hear it.
Not in front of us.
Well, I get the
He's
wolves.
too embarrassed in front of us because I guess we're too cool for him.
You're all insane.
Well,
you're all insane. All right, let's do some closing remarks.
happens and he just wolf.
He's got that dog in him, don't you, Tony?
Yeah. It's other friends, apparently.
Real ones know, okay? That's all I'm saying. All right, let's do some closing remarks. Okay, Ro. Yeah, what's one thing you learned? What's one roleplay moment you liked?
One thing I learned is that we're so fucked emotionally. And one roleplay moment I liked, man, I really liked Callie and the Elks. That was just so like Callie going, oh my god, I'm alive again. There's snow, there's elks, the world is gorgeous. And I was just like, oh.
I want chat to know that every Sunday I send Cece a video on Instagram. I send Cece an Instagram reel of just like deer just fucking grazing, like just to fuck. I just do it all the time. It's just shit
I love
like this.
them. I love those videos.
Oh god.
Anyways, this is all I could imagine during that like elk conversation. Is just this fucking reel, just the dude just staring. So yeah, real elk moments. That's all I have to say.
I would like to say I would have been more active in the second part of the session if I didn't have a steadily increasing head cold. So it'd be like that. Oh my
Hope you
god!
like him.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Do you enjoy him?
Okay. Hi, I'm Dean. What's one thing I learned is that slaps the roof of Lelee. This girl can hold so much screaming in her. And one roleplay moment I liked, I really loved Lelee just fucking going ape shit at Gideon. Just, I fucking hate you, you piece of shit, talk to us. Like, Gideon got fucking raked over the coals this session. That guy got, like, blasted left, right, and center with, you gotta talk about your emotions, buddy. And he teched all of it. Real of him. Ethan, what's one thing you learned? What's one roleplay moment you liked?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, bud?
One thing I learned, well, I learned, like, we can go to Sepulturnum. That's a huge thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of Callie, learned a lot, actually. Learned that you can pray.
What?
Me, Jesus, learned that you could pray. Yeah, one roleplay moment I enjoyed. While it was going to be Lelee yelling at Gideon, I did very much enjoy that. Other than that, I think charpay giving off her goodbyes, that was a good moment.
Gideon has to read that letter.
I especially like the charpay elegant thing.
Yeah.
She died forever.
Goodbye. Hey, if Elian
Bye.
dies, she's fucked. That's all I'm saying. She's in the fucking
And
eternal
that's how we
clone
keep
maze.
Callie, guys. So get to kill an alien.
True.
Hell yeah. Okay,
True.
Kiki.
One thing I learned, Lens is still alive.
Hello.
That's great. Real
Arguable.
quick fun fact, if you weren't reading chat, the reason Lens is a wolf, I think, is because when the original one-shot happened, I had planned if Lens died, he was going to be the church grim of Sepulturnum, like the dogs that are just like hanging around graveyards and stuff. So I didn't know if Dean was actually going to take that into account, but I guess he did.
I did. You also had a wolf cloak item, so...
I did, yeah. That's why I was like, well, if he dies, just take the wolf cloak and fuck around with it. And then one roleplay moment I really liked Callie and Gideon's bear hug. That was so cute, and it's like a small moment, but it was so adorable.
He was so taken aback. It was so cute. All right.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? People, what? All right, Ines.
I learned about star wishing. Wow, I know that's also technically what Ethan said, but like,
I said too much.
Culture. You said a lot. Lovingly. The roleplay moment. I don't know. was like a lot of good ones this time. It's hard to pick. This is a long session. I'm gonna give it to. I'm gonna give it to Ro because the moments where Aros is just like struggling so hard to convey things and is like physically unable to is so good.
Yeah,
And then
I wonder if there's a parallel between the kind of monstrous like animal like people hardly being able to communicate. I wonder if that's a thing that's like a theme right now. That'd be wild. That'd be insane.
You don't do themes. Everything here is very surface level.
themes.
Yeah, that's true. We hate themes.
Everything
we hate
is literally
symbolism.
what it is.
That's so true. Oh, speaking of star wishing, can I quickly say something insane? Like, I know we gotta wrap up and do our closing remarks. I just need to say something, and I'm so proud of it. I don't know, for those who know, who here fucking knows D&D 2nd edition lore? Yes,
No,
it's
I could
just
ask my
me.
good friend.
I don't know, ask my fucking dad or something. I know.
So basically the star that Melania Fairwind settled on, I mentioned it was in the constellation Clockwork Nirvana called the Silopher. Silopher is a god from like original Mechanus and shit, like that OG shit. So Mechanus technically confirmed it's a star. All the constellations are based on the
God,
realm.
that means Modrons are real. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
No, keep them away. I hate them.
It's okay, they're in the stars, and
Their
it's not
lips
like
are so plump.
it's okay, it's not like the stars can fall.
Oopsies.
Just don't fucking kill. Oh my god, what's his fucking name? Elden Ring. Just
Fucking
don't kill him.
Radon.
Just don't kill Radon, and they'll stay up there. All right, Cece.
Hi. I learned that Lenswin stocks are way up. They're still alive, and I'm winning. I'm winning. And roleplay that I liked. Oh geez. Oh, the conversation, the argument between Aros, Melania, and Gideon. Holy fuck. Just bars from all three sides. Oh my god, painful. I loved it.
Referring to an argument as having bars is insane, and I love it.
It's like, you know what I mean.
You speak.
You know what I mean.
The first argument in Cursed Ones where someone didn't tell the other person to die.
That's great for us. We're growing as people.
Are we?
Yes.
Are we? And Tony.
Hey. See, one thing I learned, well, let's see, I learned that Callie is alive, which is pretty much rocked this fucking world. Let's see, what else? And then the roleplay moment I liked. You know what? I want to give a shout out to our old friend Robitussin, short for Ro.
That's true. That's correct.
And it just with all the arrow stuff at the beginning, I really liked all that.
It's actually
All,
short for
all that
rotisserie.
emotion. Oh, okay.
Rotisserie. I gotta be real, I thought it was fucking reference to May other. What am I on about? What am I saying? I'm gone.
Also, I want to say I was
speaking
frankly terrified at first, Dean, that when you brought out the big fuck you sword and mentioned a wolf, I thought you were about to roll out the fucking guts reference. The fucking berserk reference, and I was like, oh shit, I'm about to get my fucking
You know
head
that I
cleaved
fucking.
off.
You know my ass has watched Berserk too. You know I'm a fucking berserk-brained fucking idiot too. Like that's the
And I was
worst
extra
thing.
scared. Because I was extra scared too, because I got you into fucking Elden Ring and Dark Souls shit. And that's also like 70% fucking berserk
I
references.
need you to know that like the plans for Sepulturnum were not changed after I started playing Elden Ring. But like the shit down there, I hope you know the vibes are already so Elden Ring down there.
Oh no, everything's gonna fuck us up.
Anyways, to
Yay.
scare you, hey, Sepulturnum was also partially based on Berserk.
On what?
I can see it. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
On
So
what?
fuck.
Oh.
On Berserk.
Oh.
So,
boy.
Close my ears,
I think
and
we should
nothing
watch
can hurt me.
Berserk live action.
Fucking
to
Lens is gonna pick up the fucking archblade and go fucking start clip with it and cut me in half. God damn it.
Lens is a
Alrighty.
furry. It's
Agent
fine.
Sepulturnum.
You know, it's a
My
classic in
anthropology
many. It's a
major.
classic in many a game to have a very iconic type of boss battle, which is wolf with fucking sword in its mouth.
And then you kill the wolf.
Pokemon
Wolf
Shield.
is $5.
Tune in next week for Sif. Goodbye.
I love